Bye, Shaw. The memory of her memory lives on with us.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to say, you're not coming through on Twitch. Everyone else is. Just
Now
not
I
you.
should be. Yeah, I definitely am now. It decided to,
Yeah.
to mute me. So this is session 45, calling it The Tomb. We'll figure out why soon enough. There's 2 write-ups that we're going to get through. One's going to be significantly longer than the other. But due to what happened in the last session, Sab wrote up Kali's reaction shortly after Sa was killed, along with those caught up in the collapse of the escape tunnel. Sab, if you will, go ahead and read that.
Kaliriath stumbled forward. She didn't have the comforting presence of Dagaziath with her, and she'd been battered, bitten, stabbed, slashed, pierced, burned, and practically deafened more than once, all in the course of 2 hours. Her claws scraped along the rock walls, hearing Celica, Rhiannon, Akasha, and bang! Footsteps rushing behind her, blood dripping off her claws and scales. Her eyes closed, she stumbled. Your friends will help you. You'll make it. She felt blood mixing all over her. Her own, the Hydra's, Gaius's, Barrack's, and also... bang! She felt herself being carried. She shrugged the help off, though she was grateful to Celica. There's something important, something critical. What are you forgetting? Why aren't you remembering? Oh, that's it. She opened her maw, but found words couldn't come. Only a choked out noise that was cut off in moments. She was forced to send it telepathically to Rhiannon. You need to contact someone about the betrayal, or all will be lost for sure. She forced herself to stagger along, picking up the pace a bit before she was forced to grasp onto the rough-hewn stone of the passageway, some of her damaged and broken scales catching and tearing off the rest of the way. Her legs shook, threatening to drop her to the floor. She had to keep going. She had to force herself to keep going. She held the image of that bastard Summer in her mind. She had to make it out before it caved in, to pay him back for what he'd done. What he'd... bang! Panting, eyes closed, she only came back to reality as Celica and Akasha rushed past up the stairs to the ladder. Rhiannon had already gone, and she just had to wait. Just a moment longer, any second now. Holding her right hand along the wall, she readied the spell. She saw the crumbling passageway and knew that any moment now, any second, she could collapse it to seal whatever was there. But she had to wait. Bang! She had to wait for Sa. Sa was going to be there, any second now. But something was in her other hand. Bang! She looked down and turned her left hand over and saw clutched inside her claws something deep, midnight blue. It had a streak of bright yellow and it felt almost ridged and bony, and one moment, frozen in time, returned to her. A click, a twitch of an arm, a slashing blade. Bang! Kaliriath gripped the chunk of fin that had once adorned the side of Saw's head, and with a soundless, telepathic shriek of anguish to Zia, who couldn't possibly hear, she collapsed the tunnel as completely as she could.
All right. So there's a section of time, basically, where the party is getting out of the cave towards the end, or not cave, the tunnel under the manor after Sa has been killed. That instills fear in the party, alongside of the anger of their comrade, who's just basically brutally murdered in front of them, because
Executed.
yeah, they had discovered that essentially a safe place, this is Rhiannon's home, has been touched by Kyber almost as directly as you can. It's got an opening underneath that they could see the glow coming from, and once this collapse happened, whispers began to kind of resonate through the tunnel, and this chill began to kind of take hold and almost seemed to chase them out. There's a small expanse of time that I'm going to cover with my story, and then I'll explain what's going on with the tokens. When we get to, whatever encounters we have, we're going to have to assume that essentially the estate is in a constant state of war, but in a similar fashion to how we handled the battle for the ruins of Fort Grissom. We're having kind of generalized groups that are battling in the background, but when it gets close enough to affect the party, they handle their stuff tactically on the tile, on the battle map, essentially. This way, it reduces any kind of drag and excess token movement. All right. Now for the story that I have written to kind of lead into tonight's session. 5 guards rushed under the archway of the burning manor. They spotted Lady Selene, Decius, and the party. The guards drew their blades and rushed toward them. Frost built on the iron door as the party looked back through the short, slashed-open stone wall that lined the training ground. Celica seemed distant as the iron door made a loud crack that drew the party's attention to it. It popped and began to open, and tendrils of darkness spilled out from it. A low rumble filled the dark tunnel under the manor as more rocks fell. Footsteps echoed distantly. They moved fast. Stones shifted and tumbled down the collapsed pile. Gaius's blade glowed dim with a pale light. He had mostly been crushed under the rubble. He took in weak, ragged breaths.
My boy's alive!
The dim light filled his vision. Dust still settled and filled the air. Gaius had a faint memory of a blade that slashed across his face, then darkness. He could move his head. Something warm and wet dripped from his face as he lifted it from the ground. Blood. He blinked and tried to focus his vision to take in his situation. He couldn't feel most of his body. With each breath, he could feel the weight of the rubble press down on him more. Saw's corpse lay headless not far from him. What was left of her head was scattered about the place. A dim reflection caught his eye to the right. He struggled to turn his face toward it. It was a cracked gemstone that seemed somehow faded. The pieces of it were in a hand he knew well. It was a strong hand, tough and stubborn. He could remember it on his shoulder as he grew up. He could feel it as it patted his back for a job well done. It was never a violent hand to him. It was always there, a hand that could point the way toward his future. A tear fell and mixed with the blood on the ground. Gaius's eyes followed the arm that the hand was attached to. Eyes empty of life looked at him. The face wasn't in anguish. It didn't show suffering. His father smiled at him. Gaius remembered. When you greet death, do so with a smile on your face, Gaius. Know that you were never enemies. Be proud that you lived. Be proud of what you have achieved. Do not fear it, nor strive to delay it. Instead, live just and with honor. Do this so that, when the final day comes, death will embrace you as a friend. More tears fell. The Gaius nodded weakly and steeled himself. He knew the gem now, an Eberron dragon shard. His father must have used it to heal him. Yet, Gaius was still trapped and still dying. The healing power of the stone could only do so much. It would have to be enough. Always come prepared, his father's voice echoed in his mind. By Aryan, may secrets be revealed. His voice was weak and dry. He coughed, and the stone pressed down on him harder. He struggled to move. By Balinor, may evil be hunted. He sucked in air and gritted his teeth. His right shoulder shifted. By Doldorn, may strength be found. His voice grew louder as the weight of the world shoved down on him. By Kolkoran, may balance be given. Another tear trailed down his soot-marred cheek. By Onatar, may alliances be forged. His voice grew, and he gulped down another breath of dusty air. By Oladra, may fortune come. His shoulder shifted more. Rubble tumbled down. By Boldre, may family be found. He gasped in air as his shoulder lifted from the ground for a brief moment. By Arwai, may life be given. A massive boulder over him shifted ever so slightly. His right arm thrust up from under a gap where more rubble fell. He gasped in another weak lungful of dusty air. He panted under the weight of the world. Gaius shook with all of his might and turned his fist. He opened his closed fist with the palm faced upward. It was a diamond, roughly the size of a fingernail. The massive boulder shifted and crushed down. It forced the air out of his lungs. More rocks shifted, and dozens of whispers began to build. By Dolara, will justice be found, and my sacrifice be met! The diamond glowed with brilliant light and shattered. A glow filled the tunnel with golden light. It shifted from gold to blue and flickered back and forth between the two. Two guards stood over the corpse of another. The taller one's blade was curved in the fashion of a Velnaran scimitar. It dripped with blood. Bet the elf didn't see that one coming. The false guard chuckled. Killed by their own blades, the lot of them. Got what was coming to him. These are never their lands, the other guard added. His whole family needs to go, mixing in with the likes of them. He spat on the corpse. Let's go. Boss said no stop. Maximum. A voice came from the stairwell from behind the guards. Effort! The guard's head hit the floor after his body did. It rolled and the jaw moved for a few fleeting moments to call for help. The other false guard screamed in agony as the metal of his armor began to glow red hot. A woman with brilliant emerald eyes and curly hair as red as the evening sun shot a look to the Warforged, then nodded. 3 more people emerged from the stairwell behind them. The now deceased guards. JC with red. One of the 3 pointed to the 2. Take the back. He looked over to the other 2 who emerged with him. Leaf, Loverboy, on me, round the front. They nodded, but Loverboy was clearly unhappy with the nickname. Red spoke up. May the enemy bleed out. And the other 4 added, and nourish the roots of the tree. They split up. Shade wasn't sure which to follow. He recognized the 5, though he didn't know the names. He didn't understand what names meant yet. Those didn't matter. He knew he'd be given a good treat and some scratches for a job well done. Not where anyone could see, of course. His master never treated him like that in front of the others. Master was a serious person, whatever that meant. He followed the group of the 3 as they took off down one of the hallways of the estate. Shade almost wasn't fast enough. Almost. Drop it. You've lost. You will not get out of here alive. But cooperate, and your death will be swift, said the leader of the 3. Ah, but you are wrong. Summer turned around. I've not only won, I'm getting out alive. A smirk formed on his face. His hair was out of place and dust covered his outfit, but his green eyes seemed to glow with fire. You see, this has been a long time in the works. He stepped toward the 3. Their blades were at the ready. Idiel's shield and spear protected them. Then you've made your choice. They wasted no time in their assault. Before Summer could speak, 4 blades and a spear were on him. Slice, crack, ding! A splintered blade rang as it slid across the floor. Without missing a beat, Kyle drew a dagger to replace the broken blade. Red metal blurred between the blades of the 3 as they fought Summer back. His mantis blade parried and deflected. Slink, snap, ring! Toral's rapier broke at the hilt. Daggers flew from under his coat as he hopped back. A brilliant flash emanated from him, but was quelled quickly by one of Summer's many rings. A small blue stone chipped and fell. The Kyber shard was no use to anyone now. Idiel pressed forward to create a gap and to get Summer closer to the wall behind him. Crack! The spear broke and rattled on the ground. Idiel fell to a knee. Blood poured from his gut. That's it, Ray of Axe. Summer leaned in as his mantis blade opened Idiel further. Let deceit drink in your blood. Rip. Thud. Shade saw Idiel's body hit the floor and took to a shadow in the corner of the room. No! Kyle shouted and harassed Summer with a flurry of slashes and slices. Nearly all were met with the mantis blade, and those that weren't were deflected by magical barriers erected by another ring. Kyle punched at the barrier while holding his blades, anything he could do to pressure Summer back. Blood splattered against Kyle's face. A gash opened up on Summer's cheek. His eyes opened wide with shock and rage. Blades clashed and clanged as Summer pushed back. His cheek bled profusely and covered his green regal garb. Clang, slice! Yanrin! Shouted Kyle. His ally was dead before his body hit the ground. That's it, Kyle. Feed deceit. Let it taste your rage, your sorrow. Snap. The broken blade of the dagger rang against the floor. Kyle fell onto his back and held his other blade up to deflect the oncoming blow. Fire blasted through the estate's master bedroom. Kyle didn't know what happened at first. He was being protected by a body made of metal and wood. Maximum effort. Came a voice near Kyle. He could feel the heat in the room and saw an aura that glowed around GC. I'm not burning, brother. Gelato Cold is immune to fire. For now. The fire faded and Red hovered into a blasted open window. Shade had only barely escaped when he noticed the warforged that rushed up the hallway. 2 bodies were burned to cinders in the bedroom. 2, not 3. There she is! The Red Dragon herself! Come now, Toral, GC. Welcome to the celebration. We were so lonely without you, Summer taunted. A gemstone fell from a ring and became a useless husk on the floor. Where's your leader? He laughed. Then his voice grew grim. My brother. Have you seen him? Summer stepped forward. Oh, right. He's dead. A twisted smile formed, parting the crimson that was flowing from the gash on his face. Fire filled the room again. A ring broke. Again, break. Again, break. Her voice filled Shade's ears. From anger to anguish to pain, she held her hands, clenched by her ears. Summer snapped his fingers, and an aura of silence surrounded her. She hit the ground, writhed, and screamed in silence. She pried one hand away from her head and grabbed at her necklace. One large amber stone remained. GC launched down the hall with Kyle as Kyle shouted, No! Shade felt the heat as he ran from the room, and everything within the room was incinerated. Kyle panted and gasped. He hadn't realized when he had started crying. He sat there at the end of the hall and gazed past GC. The room was charred cinders. Come, we must make sure. GC stood Kyle up and handed him a sword. Kyle recognized the blade, Stormsong. It earned its name in the Battle for Redwater. An Eldritch Knight was its owner and a close friend to Barrick. This blade was on the War Room's hall. Kyle was on his feet when he thought he saw a shadow from one of the open windows. Shade knew he had been spotted, but he had to take the chance. The others didn't see what he saw. They were busy making words. He jumped out of the window in the hall that was blasted out, and he chased Summer, whose clothes were smoldering in places. The man was bad. He could feel it. Every fiber in Shade's body screamed to run and hide. He struggled to overcome his instincts. If he didn't do this, the bad man would kill Master and everyone else. So, without hesitation, he pursued Summer. They were headed to a tall building. People were killing each other along the way. The tall building was broken open and burning. Summer walked in as people fought outside. Shade followed. A tree burned inside the center of the building. Summer ignored it and went left, down a flight of stairs. The tree burned down here too, glowing hot underneath the bark and along the roots. Summer looked back and to the right. You chose wrong, Cyntier. He walked left to a statue. Shade watched closely for anything important. Cheers, Barrack. He reached to his soot-marred shirt and pulled up a long cord that was tied around his neck. Shade moved closer. Blissa nala odem winda, select an leva, alta de drakar, ro disloca. The words were all the same to Shade. He didn't understand the language. The glowing thing in Summer's hand was his sole focus now. Re devul onivul, sevosa aida alta cleva, ith lesa, sebreka derlea ada alta adamita. Summer brought the glowing thing to the statue and went to put it in his mouth, or in its mouth. Gaius's face fell to the ground, his hand relaxed. Summer, with my last breath, I smite you. And he smiled. Whispers grew louder. Tendrils of shadow reached along the tunnel. His light held the tendrils back for a moment, then the tunnel rumbled. Another wave of rocks fell and scattered. They covered Gaius's body. Darkness took the tunnel. The light was no more. His breathing was silenced. Whispers grew louder and cold filled the room. Frost built up and spread out. 6. A voice spoke somewhere beyond the cave-in. Shade leapt out from the shadows and snatched up the object in his mouth at the furthest point away from Summer. All it took was the smallest moment. Shade raced towards the stairs. The glowy thing faded. Summer saw it for a brief glimpse and sent forth a bolt of lightning, but Shade was used to dodging this. He had enough errant magic sent his way from his master's practice and his master's friend. 3 more bolts of lightning jolted out, but they were nowhere near Shade. A loud blast erupted from the stairwell, but Shade wasn't there. Shade had remembered the tree. It burned on the inside, but some parts outside were safe. He raced up through a gap between it and the ceiling above the tombs. He had to make it back to Master. This thing was important. This thing could stop the bad person. Celica saw herself through his eyes as Shade darted along the training ground to her, carrying something in his mouth. The iron door burst open as its brittle frozen hinges shattered. It slammed against 2 of the guards and knocked them prone. The 5 of them were overcome with ice and frost as it poured out from the room. The cold was a fluid cloud that spilled out. Shadowy tendrils reached and writhed. The guards scrambled as ice shattered and snapped along their limbs. They grunted in pain as they struggled against the cold. Roll initiative.
Oh god. I'm gonna need that right up at the end of this. I want to reread that.
Man, what? No.
I'll be posting it afterwards.
Cool.
19 total.
I rolled a 5 total.
16 total.
I got a 12 total.
All right. So again, Rhiannon.
Oh shit, what was it? Fuck, I picked up my dice already.
16 total.
Okay, and Celica, yours was a 19.
No, I had the 16. Rhiannon had a 19.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
So what was Celica's?
12.
12. Okay. And then Akasha had 5.
5.
All right. Let me remove the door here. And come on now. There we go.
No double door this time.
Yeah, no more double door. There might be a few still left.
Selena's with us, right?
And Destiny.
Yes. They're both represented by her in the turn order at the end of the round.
Okay.
So 2 of these guards are knocked down, and some of them are suffering from cold damage as it's billowing out from this doorway.
Is that the doorway down to the tunnel?
Yes,
Yeah.
the one that had whispers and cold and all
That's
that.
what I thought.
Yeah. Just save that, Shen.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure the turn order is set by the guards here. Of course, I cleaned up and forgot where I put my dice for a second. There we go. Bust these bad boys out.
Oh, God.
All right, so they go. Whoops. Just before Callie. Wait, what's Callie's dex?
Kali's dexterity is a +2.
Yeah. All right. Shy, are you ready?
Yep.
Take your turn.
All right. So.
Do you want me to reveal?
Runs out in the
Yeah,
hallway
there we go.
and jumps and tackles one of the 3 remaining guards.
Hold up. Wait a minute. What?
The story I just told is titled Gaius's Last Act. That was a diamond
Oh.
that he
Yes.
used.
I knew it!
So does that Finn just sort of like the Iron Giant rolled back to Sar's body?
For this, yeah. So there's, Kali has an extra fin. Yeah.
Oh, she got
Okay.
to keep it.
Use it as
Yeah.
a component for magic.
Yeah, souvenir fin.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. If you have a spell that needs a component from like a water creature, you've got it.
Yep.
All right. So she rolled crit there. What attack were you using?
Primal savagery.
All right. So that's bite. That's piercing, right?
It's slash. Let me see. It's just
Acidic damage.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh right.
melee-
Yeah. Roll 20. Yeah. Roll 20 for the acid damage.
That is a 12.
Can't believe you've done this.
Okay. So you roll twice as many damage dice as normal.
So I'll just roll them twice.
hmm
All right.
And,
First roll.
Basically, as you're biting in, the acid is causing his flesh to boil.
I think he's going to die.
Most likely.
I rolled a 10, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Let's see. 30, 31, 32, 36.
That was 36 from the one roll.
No, hang on, I'm still counting. 46, 47, 48,
We can stop
49,
counting.
50, 51.
Yeah, we can stop counting after the cold damage they took too. So he's dead, and I'm
Knock
gonna
through his neck.
we're gonna make him he's dead, but we'll make him floating, so his his soul's leaving the body, so we know afterwards our body
Can
count.
see the soul detached from the acid melted body.
All right.
Can I make an intimidation check for the other guys since all that stuff just happens?
Sure.
Where's my d20? There it is.
they're already in pain, and they're definitely scared.
That's an 18.
All right. So, one thing to note is you guys know about her dragon mark. It's not seeping anymore like it used to. Frost is crackling and forming, and pieces of ice are shedding off of her as she's moving.
I'm
That's
misting.
it.
The cold
I'm like a
that
walking
was spilling
humidifier.
out, the cold that was spilling out is pouring down from her. It's just basically vapors that are spilling out, kind of like a fog machine almost.
I got the fight.
Covered in dry ice.
Yeah, she's covered in dry
Exactly.
ice. All right. So that was your move. That was your attack,
Yep, I'm
and
done.
you intimidated them. They're definitely scared. They were already scared, but now they're probably upset at the choice of pants. All right. So what I'm doing with this fence here is you can start your turn anywhere within that fence and then count your movement from that square.
Okay, so like a deployment zone.
Yes, it's exactly that. That way we didn't have to worry about exactly who was what and where and all that stuff. It gives you some freedom. Make sure to leave you guys some potential cover, essentially.
Yeah.
So
I'll
this
move
movement
down
doesn't count.
here. Cool. So I'll start here, I guess.
Okay.
Oh my god. I guess what happened first? So Decius and Celine came to us first, and the door busted open.
Well, it's not that they came to you. You had actually gone inward to them a little bit because
Yeah.
they were skirmishing with the other guards there. There was Decius. There's this guard that's with Celine, and then it was against somebody with like a crossbow and two other guards.
It was these
Yeah.
guys over here, and we obliterated them.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this all happened fairly quickly with Sar coming out and us then
Yeah,
coming
this
over to us.
is as you guys were about to like, you're leaving and you're looking back. Something drew Celica's attention back, which now Celica knows is shade. But that cracking, that loud metallic pop, kind of draws your attention back, and so this is right after that.
Okay,
That
cool.
locked iron door.
I guess we'll
Climb up.
kill these guys before we start talking. Oh, Ariana obviously
Look,
very upset.
I do need to impress upon you that battling is happening all over the estate right now. I'm only showing the tokens that matter most to the combat. So you've got basically fighting
choice.
on.
Multiple people everywhere.
Yeah, like what I meant
on all
was like
fronts.
before Rihanna could say anything to Decius and
Yeah,
Celine,
yeah,
these guys come running out and the door busts open.
yeah.
So she's gonna point at those guys that Sar's attacking. She's very happy to see Sar. She's just gonna growl and just gonna put them in the ground, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hit this guy over here. Oh, can you see that?
Mm,
I'm gonna hit that guy
Okay.
with Shield Touch.
okay.
That is 16 plus 7. So
That's a hit.
cool. 2d8. Let's roll it here. Oh wait.
All right. So the chill touch, is that the necrotic damage one?
Yeah.
So as ice is forming up on him, portions of him are starting to look like they're getting frostbitten. So he's screaming out in pain, and this will slow him for the next round.
Cool. And yeah, I think it's just as the free action of the tour. She will just briefly say, "We got to stop Summer."
All right. So it's the guards. They're getting up here. And I'm going to see if they pass a bit of a morale test here against the intimidation.
Scared, run away.
They also take their blizzard frosty damage.
Yeah. So as they're getting up, more ice is forming on them, and there's little like shards of it that are just cracking off, and some of it kind of it burns and it rips the skin.
Rip the skin.
And that on top of Saw just coming out and essentially biting through a guy's shoulder and down into his collarbone and boiling it away with acid like the dinosaur that she is. They don't want to have any part in that. So they're kind of the attacks that they're about to make are more to provide them cover to get away, but they know they've got to do something, because otherwise this thing is just going to freeze them or boil them. Neither of those seem like a good option. So they're all for dealing with Saw. This one's out of her attack of opportunity range, but he's slowed, and he's going to be providing cover as he's trying to flee back through the archway. And this is going to be a whopping 5. I'm going to take it that doesn't hit.
No.
But he's essentially in a lot of pain. His screams are a mix of anger and fright. And anguish, of course. This one is within attack of opportunity range. So he fires first and then flees, but he misses, so you can make your attack of opportunity on him as he's trying to flee.
Yes.
Got him by the ankles.
Let's see. Plus to hit. Where's my to hit? Is it just unarmed or something?
For the bite?
Can I use that as it's a cantrip?
Oh no, okay. If you're just using your claws or your mouth, yeah, it's unarmed attack.
Okay. That is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
All right. Is anything else besides him within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, this guard right here.
Okay. So no sneak attack this round. Do they take the additional D4 damage? Since I'm touching him?
Let me double check real fast.
Coming back to life and just kicking ass.
Pretty much.
I need help. So I'm very angry.
I'm dying, but so
Yeah.
are they. Sorry, I'm dying again.
I'm the best healer. I'm killing them before they kill me.
Don't need to heal if there's no one around to do damage.
Yeah.
There we go.
Creatures within 10 feet of me must make a save. And if they touch me, they take it. They have to take a save or they take it. From what this says.
Oh right, because because you're on 4 currently of the 4. Yes, they
So,
do. Sorry, my brain was so focused on the reading.
4d4?
Correct. This is 4d4 additional damage.
Boy, 44 damage.
Ow! My sharpest dice really hurt me just now.
I always love the triangle dice. The D4 are just the best because it's Kung Pao every
Blood
time.
sacrifice.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
All paid for in blood.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 damage.
Okay, so is this a slash or a bite that you're doing?
If I can bite.
Okay, so
Nom.
so you basically reach out at he fires and he misses. And as he's turning to run, you know, what's the adage about capes? This dude has a cloak on. You grab that cloak and you pull him in and you sink your teeth down, and as you do, ice forms where your teeth are touching into his neck, and there's this audible crunch, just like somebody really loudly chewing ice. Sab. Uh,
Guilty as charged.
and he starts to scream in pain, but it's cut short, and he's essentially halfway beheaded by her. I guess
like
it's
the cool ice thing.
yeah, popsicles.
Yeah.
And he's floating. There's his soul leaving his body. All right.
Someone please help me.
So that's your reaction out of the way. That means that these guys can escape relatively freely, but
If they can get out of the freezing.
exactly.
area,
So
yeah.
so they take 4d4 damage for
Mhm.
being within that radius of you. I
Ow.
need to actually measure the radius because I'm pretty sure that it's about to matter. Yep.
Hey, unlucky number 13. Oh, you guys are cold as well,
Yes.
but you're not enemies, so
I don't know. We didn't save you.
yeah. Oh wait, let's see.
it says-
Is it only enemies? Any creature!
It says creature.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Yes.
Help me. No touch, only help.
Hang on, though. It's
They need to make a dex save for the radius, I think.
yes. Your charisma spell save is the DC.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let Rhiannon and the party get away with it for this first round.
Oh,
Because
no,
because you're just discovering this ability, and I don't want to
Yeah.
like have her walk out and accidentally TPK the party. So
Yeah.
note that you guys are feeling this cold too, and it's intense. In this zone, things are frosting up, turning to ice where she's basically moving,
It's
and
a frostbite zone.
pretty
touch
much
it.
it feels like it feels like walking into a blast chiller or something. So just note that starting your turn after this one, or ending it within this zone, means you're going to be taking some ice damage. Or cold damage, my bad. Let me go ahead and roll for these guys to
It was
attack
a
as they're
13,
leaving.
By the way.
It was 13 damage.
Yeah.
Alright. One of them gets a 24.
Nice.
That a hit?
Yes.
Alright.
Oh no! Stop! Cease!
He rolls 11!
No! Inspiration.
So no more frostbite. Frostbite turned off.
Wait, do you have super inspiration?
Oh god, I hope so.
I don't think you do.
Akasha still has it from last time.
Oh god!
Do you wish to try and save her? Or do you want
Oh,
to
yeah.
get frozen?
Let him die.
No. Of course I would save her.
All right. Filled with determination.
Oh god! Oh, thank you.
Let's
I
see.
don't want to die. That would be the world record fastest character death.
I'm going to use my DM powers to completely ignore what I just rolled. She's saved.
No. Oh. Oh.
There's no way I'm taking crit after that.
Oh,
Nah,
Don't make me
I'm not.
critical.
I'm not. No, that's not right. My dice are evil right now. I'm saving that for the summer fight.
No! Wait.
Wait, no, take it back. I'll die.
Wait, no!
All right. So he stabs back, and Saw freezes for a moment. It looks like she's been impaled through the chest, but it was between the arm and the ribs.
Also,
As they
from a
flee.
certain angle, it's the theater stab.
Yeah, it's the theater stab. She's a performer at heart.
Oh, man.
God.
Armpit's the strongest place. You can't get hurt
I'm
there.
sweating. Just he rolled an 11. No!
All right, Kali, you feel this cold washing over you, but Obviously, you see that Saw is there. You know that this cold is emanating from her, and you're smart enough to deduce that it's coming from her mark, which seems to be out of control.
The problem is, as I said, Kali's immediate gut reaction, what I was going to have her do, was just, despite that there are still enemies, was her to just run up to her crying, just grab her.
Completely ignore the battlefield.
Yeah.
Just ugly crying, snot bubbles.
Have you been aware of what Kali's been through today?
Slightly.
Kali's been through a bit of a ringer.
As the game master, it is my duty to know at least a little bit of what's going on.
Yes, it's been not just a day, but a few hours.
It's been an exposure.
Remember the estate times? Those weren't really times.
So Kali, seeing them try and hurt
I gotta bring Saw's picture back.
Immediately just like a noise none of you have ever heard Kali make. It's as close to a dragon's roar as she can make.
Okay, I was thinking
she
just
no. Like it's as close to an actual draconic roar as it could be from someone of her stature.
Yeah.
And just instantly eldritch blasting at those two.
All right. That's is that an attack from you, two of them?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, go ahead.
So that's I think that'll hit the first one. That's a 28 to hit.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And the second one is another 28. I rolled 2 19s.
Fantastic.
So
roll damage on the first one. I'm gonna have this hit whoever has the lowest first.
The first one is a 7 + 5 for 12 force damage.
Okay.
And it also deals a bonus 3 bludgeoning damage, as she just puts everything behind it and flings them 10 feet the other way.
Okay. So that's the first one that was already taking a lot of cold damage. He's blasted forward, and he hits the ground dead.
The second one damage is that rolled a 9, so that'll be a 14 force damage.
All right, that's the closest one with the crossbow.
And another 10-foot knockback.
He is knocked into here, and for theatrics, I'm going to have this other guard make a save to see if he gets knocked over. He does. So this one's body, he's dead, slams into the guard that was fleeing in front of him and knocks that guard prone. I don't know why he chose to fall backwards there.
And
bad
Kali would have been up here for those shots.
Yeah.
And she, like, even as she's roaring, she's crying, and as the tears are coming down, they start to frost over and then turn to little drops of ice as they fall off of her.
Yes.
And despite the cold, despite that she knows it hurts her, she takes 2 steps forward towards Saw before she realizes, as hurt as she is, she cannot.
All right.
And she retreats out of the zone.
All
Hurts
right.
to be near you, hurts to be away from you.
Let me just is that centered on her properly? Yeah, roughly.
Can I do something in character that's not like an action or anything? It's just something funny.
So you said you wanted to retreat out of the zone. That's roughly.
Yeah, obviously, like, wherever I have to go.
Okay.
I had an intern, so I can't move myself anymore.
There you go.
Okay.
Whatever you feel is best. All right. Before we get to Celica's turn, what were you going to say, Shai? You wanted to try and do something in character?
Yeah, it was just she was just gonna, like, hands on her knees, like huffing and puffing, like, hold on, just give me a second, and, like, holding her one finger out to the party.
Yeah. So just keep in mind you don't have a reaction, so you can't take a
Yeah,
talk action.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just like,
yeah.
on.
No, that's fine. I was just before any information. There you go. So yeah, she's winded. Celica, Shade is his first frosting over as he's running towards Celica. he leaps up. As all this is happening, he leaps up, and that connection between the two of you kind of fades, sort of Game of Thrones style, with the, your focus coming to as you stop warging. And as he leaps up to you, he drops a small sapphire in your hand, and inside of it, it's like roughly half of a finger in diameter, like half a pinky finger. But inside of it looks like a lightning bolt. But to avoid copyright with Shazam, Harry Potter, Flash,
Hercules.
It's Hercules. We're having it like it's like actual lightning.
Okay.
Final Fantasy X.
Damn it. All right. So he drops that for her, and you are the only person that saw the interaction between GC, Kyle, all those others. You didn't see the Gaius stuff, but you saw what happened in the estate, and you saw what happened with Summer. So you have information that the rest of the party has no clue on. And you know that those are important people. You kind of met them last time, but you didn't have a chance to really get to know them. But you know that they're important to Rhiannon. And, several of them have just died. But they died in a way that maybe there's hope still. You have this thing. Whatever Summer's after, he needs this thing to get to it. Your turn.
Here's all this stuff that you've got. There you go. Okay. I probably can't talk about it right now because we're in the middle of trying to fight everything, and that's a lot to try and divulge.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I know that she's having Sar's having a haywire moment with her mark, like similar to what I did, but of course it's different because it's ice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I said fire.
If only I had mine, I might be able to counteract it, but all I have is my arm.
Don't shoot the cannon at me, please.
It's already been shot.
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to help get her mark under control somehow? Because I have knowledge about sword marks because I've had one for a while, or is that not a thing I can do?
The problem is you never really had control over the mark.
True.
Most of the times you used the mark, it turned out similar. Like it was just bad. So at best, you could probably say, try to control your emotions. And if I have her make a save for it, I'll give her advantage on it.
Okay.
But that's probably the best that I could say you could do and not waste any actions.
Because I remember that the one time when I was fighting with Dagar, when it went out of control, then I used my own Eldritch powers to stop it.
Right.
So I didn't know if that could work similar, but I think that's more of just a me thing.
So that's a you thing. Because of how you had to kind of turn inwardly for a lot of your problems. So it was supposed to be essentially a moment where you overcame a problem through your own power, but you don't know how Sa's power works, how she manifests whatever she's doing, but also along the lines of how she fights and becomes almost barbaric and animalistic as she's transforming. I mean, you obviously know of the druids, but you don't know how or where they truly get their power.
Yeah.
The mystery of the druids.
All right.
They've all got an attitude.
Oh man.
So while she's collapsing into fits of giggles, Is she too far to actually say anything to her? Do I have to actually move closer because of all the people around fighting?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Because of how far she is, because there's a lot of fighting going on, would I have to get closer in order for her to hear anything I would say?
No, you could definitely shout. You're within, 50 feet of her or so. So while there's a lot of other stuff happening, shouting over 50 feet's not an issue. That's pretty close, really.
All right, then I take that free action or whatever it is to shout to her. Be like, Saw, you gotta get yourself under control. You're gonna kill a lot of people otherwise.
I've been where you were at.
I know what it's like.
Guts. Never mind. Go ahead with your turn. It's good. I'll put it in chat.
You're not helping. You're making me worse, Seneca. Okay. So regardless of the danger,
Mm-hmm.
she does want to help Sar, and she doesn't want her to end up dying again. So she's actually gonna try and make her way towards Sar.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to try. So if you want, you can start from there and then count your movement.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure how filled in this place is if I had to fight like a bunch of people all the way this way.
No. It's like small fights, but lots of them happening all over the place, kind of thing. So
Okay.
only if somebody breaks off and engages you guys will I then add tokens to the battlefield.
All right then. I guess I go there.
Okay.
I think it's my movement. And then is there any more enemies around Sar herself?
No, not at the moment. You see that one in the archway over here, and he's kind of shuffling to get back up. But you can also see that there's like ice and stuff breaking off of him as he's moving about.
I just noticed how close you are. Please be careful. I don't know how much HP you have.
I don't know if I can say, oh, that would be metagaming. So
Don't say it. We'll just roll with it.
All right. I will then firebolt that guy, so that he has two opposing elements, and then it'll explode. So fireball. I can't. It's been a while, so do I just make a range?
Sab, do you remember what it's called when solid is vaporized? Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm like, I did fluid mechanics. I should know
Yeah, I was
this.
about to say, you're a rocket scientist. Figure it out.
I'm like, for some reason, sublimation was stuck in my head.
They in one of the X-Men comics, Pyro lit up Colossus until it was like white hot, and then the Avalanche dropped a tanker of liquid nitrogen on him. It was
Jeez.
a bad time.
Oh.
Just to ask, is he still prone?
Yes, he's currently prone. You have advantage.
So okay, cool. I was just making sure. I need my other 20 then. Or I could just roll it in the game. I'm gonna roll it in the game because I can't find my other 20 at the moment.
Okay.
Don't fail me now.
Is that? Oh, I was like, that a 20?
Damn. I was
Oh.
hoping it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that's definite
18
hit.
plus- Yeah. So fireball is
Welcome back.
2D. Yeah. Welcome back.
It's switched over to. I'm not sure how long it'll hold.
Okay.
2d10.
All right. So that's 7. Is there any modifiers to that?
Flammable object hit by the spell ignites, being worn or carried. If it isn't, increases by 2d. It doesn't say anything else.
Okay. Roll an additional d4 because of these opposing elements.
Ooh.
Cool. Three.
That'll be enough. So the firebolt
Ah.
basically catches him on the shoulder, and there's a loud shattering kind of pop that erupts, and he screams, holds his arm and bleeds out.
I cauterized that for him permanently.
Yeah,
Um,
that would mean he wouldn't bleed out. You did the opposite of that.
Fine, take away my cool thing. A cool quote. I've failed at it.
You gave him frostburn.
Yeah. Well, because there's no other enemy within range, I can't really do a melee attack, so I think that's my turn.
Let's have you do that. Okay. So let's say that there is a fight between two guards close enough to you that you could make a melee. And let me grab tokens.
Oh, I've been given a chance to hit something else.
Yeah.
Oh,
Please
Kills both of them.
she looks back. Kali, see, I'm killing humans.
Who's the racist now?
Takes the head wraps off, they'll have half elf ears.
Oh no!
Why is this not working?
Yeah, this just counts as a bonus action, so that's great.
There we go. So
That would be an 8 with a +8.
an 8 with another 8, so 8. That's 16. That's a hit.
Yes. Good. And it's a 1d8 +7. Wow, +7.
So that's 15 damage. And this is with your regular
Oh no, Velatri
What's that?
with Mantis Blade.
Okay. So that's gonna slice.
Nice.
That's gonna be a nice little cut. So basically, you do this. You see them fighting, frost and ice forming on both of them, but they're still, just battling back and forth. And the guard that's fighting for you, your side, is taken by surprise as this blade just cuts right through and bisects the guard he's fighting in such a way that the guard doesn't notice it at first. And he's like trying to fight, but his arms go limp. And then, the top half of his body goes one way and his bottom just the other.
Us. Mayhem.
Yes.
All right.
I assume the sword also goes 1 or whatever it is now.
Yes, it should be 5.
I think so. I know I got shared some with the other sword.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, my notes say 4, so it should go to 5.
okay, cool.
Akasha, it is your turn.
Yes.
Cold fills the air. You see all of this happening in front of you. Not quite the brutality that you would have been used to in your younger days.
Should try to group of adventurers. Oh no!
Kali tried to warn you about this.
Who looks like they are in need of the most healing?
Oh, absolutely! I think it's absolutely Saw at this point in time.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make
Allie
sure.
has like 1 HP, doesn't she?
She just kind of got men in blacked.
No,
Like, with their
Akasha
head
healed
coming back.
Kali on the way over here a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, yes, Kali would have been at 2 HP.
Alright, I'm gonna use a 3rd level spell slot to cast Healing Word on Saw, and that's gonna heal for 11.
There we go.
Yes.
Now Saw has more than Kali.
So, Saw, you're catching your wind and you feel a warmth wash over you. As this
While she's... Oh, sorry.
as this is happening, we're going to lessen your radius deal down to a
Yep.
3.
Okay.
You're no longer a cat 4, you're a cat 3.
Cat 3.
Alright.
Cat
Alright.
3 still flooded New Orleans.
Yep. All right, continue on, Akasha.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that probably as she's, casting that spell. She's just her like visibly shaking,
Mhm.
but not like it's just like she just can't control it. And then let me see here. She's kind of just staring at Saw, kind of like in a daze.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna put. Let me see here. I'll also give Saw bardic inspiration.
Okay, awesome.
And
You start breaking out into a song.
no. I feel like she tried to say something, but she doesn't even really know what to say, so she just says "Saw!"
You're alive.
Baby, come back.
All right, so with this having happened, you're used to like the rough streets of Sharn, and like seeing people die isn't a new thing to her, but it's been a long time, and never quite this to this kind of scale. It's always like somebody gets to a fight, dude gets knocked out, hits the floor, accidentally breaks his neck, or a shiv here or there. But
right, like this feels more unnatural to me.
yeah, this is just on a whole different level. And as you're kind of trembling and shaking, you feel this slight nudge, almost a physical nudge, pushing you on the back to go forward. And you feel like you hear a familiar voice saying that it's okay.
Okay, for her to like step into the fray.
It's up to you to decide the meaning of it's okay. Could be to comfort you, it could be to step forward, it could mean this is your time to shine, it could mean a great many things, but it's up to Akasha to decide what it means to her.
I think involuntarily she would just move a little bit closer to everyone. So
Okay.
oops. I don't know where to put her.
Right here's fine. There you go. And is there anything else you want to say? Or is it, Saw, you're back kind of thing?
Like she's just like, it looks like she wants to say something and she's breathing really hard.
Yeah, struggling.
Yeah, a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, definitely. The cold
Need a
sweat.
shower after this.
Yeah, very cold sweat.
So, Celine noticed what was given to Celica, and she has Decius essentially follow her, and she commands this family guard here to also escort Celica. And Celica, from behind you, as they're kind of running through this cold, you hear Celine say that that Summer must have made it to the tomb. If you've got this, then he might have already opened it.
You said the title of the movie.
That we have to get there at all costs to stop him. She looks back to Rhiannon and says, at all costs, he must be stopped. Yes. Tomb Raider.
Rhiannon will just not give one soul none of that.
All right. So, after the end of this turn for Saw is when you guys will start taking damage for being in her radius, whatever it is at the time.
I hate that these people followed me because they could die now.
That's just how important this is.
Oh God.
All right, so are you going to try and get this frost under control?
I at least want to try to
Minimize it?
discern, like, these are my friends. I want to basically, in character, try to learn to hone this ability to only target enemies.
So this is the starting of that.
Yeah.
I can say that regardless of what you roll, it's not going to get that kind of control.
Yeah. No, that's
But
her mindset right now.
yes. Mechanically, we're going to have a save, and if you succeed, we'll lessen it down to the second category.
Well, I do want to kind of keep it as high as possible right now because we are still fighting. That's the thing.
But
that's
you've
the
got
concern right now.
people,
but I don't want to hurt them.
Yes, you've
And
got
the problem is
people
you
in
have to fight solo then.
Your kill radius right now is essentially 30 feet.
Yes, if it goes down to level 2, it won't have the area of attack range damage. It'll just have the touch damage.
No,
it'll feel cold.
No. It'll still have it at 10. At 2. At category 2, it is 10 feet radius instead of 30. So it's still a range around you. It's the first category that's if they touch.
Okay. So yeah, I'll try to since there's like I mean I know that you said that there's people fighting everywhere.
Yes.
But since there's no one generally close to me right now, I will take a moment to like get into a corner and try to make a roll to kind of like calm my mind, and then I have an action and a movement that I want to take.
All right. So go ahead and make that save with advantage, as Celica tried to help you.
Yeah.
You also have the bardic inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A 17.
And this
is there any bonuses to that?
Yeah.
Is it a Constitution or?
Wisdom.
Okay, so that's an 18. And Bardic Inspiration, it's a D4.
D8 for
yeah, it's going
Kasha.
D8.
D8.
You got the special dice.
Plus another 4, 18, 19, 20, 22.
That's definitely a save. So you catch your breath a bit. You see that the party is still alive. You know, things are in shambles, but you know, things could have been much worse. And the zone of cold shrinks down to 10-foot radius around you, and of course only doing the 2d4 instead of the 3.
Perfect. All right, so I'm just kind of like still like hands on my knees, and I stand up. I'm like, hi guys. All right. And she just kind of like slaps her face. She's like, all right, let's go. And she's gonna turn into a polar bear, and she's gonna run.
Okay, so Celine she's pointing to this building that's on fire, not the one that's right in front of you, but she's saying to the church.
I will head to the church as a polar bear, trying to like startle and scare people out of the way for everyone to get through.
All right, so that's what 40 feet of move.
Yes.
Does she like gain separate hit points as a polar bear, or is she still like?
I do.
Okay.
Whenever my animal form is knocked unconscious, technically, I revert back to Saw with the hit points that Saw has. So it's basically like temporary hit points.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you just charge off without any help, be like, I'm coming to you to help you, and you're running away.
Go ahead and move your 40 feet.
Okay.
The great thing about this is there are people fighting and they are in your way, but they see a polar bear running at them.
Yeah, and I'm trying to just get people out of the way.
They clear. Doesn't matter what side they're on. Nobody wants to get bit by a polar bear. They back up. You know, there's many questions, but first is, that's a big bear. Way down on the list somewhere else is, why is it a polar bear here? Are we on Lost?
Of the Arctic?
Yeah. Is this the Dharma Initiative?
That's
Alright.
all my actions for the turn.
All right, Rhiannon. Shy, if you can, put a 10-foot circle around yourself so that way we know.
Yes. Don't. No, don't
Yeah.
touch me there. This is my no square.
Oh man,
I think
how's Rhiannon gonna say this?
just before we get to that, no, my skin is purple. This is my no circle, maybe. Okay,
Perfect.
there you go, Rhiannon. Go ahead, Rhiannon.
Thanks. So there she goes, fucking meow.
Yeah.
Off Sun goes.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna be scratching her head quite a bit at the fact that she's alive, but sure. I don't know. She'd like shakily put like a hand on Celine's shoulder and just pull her in for a hug,
So
and then
when you do that, Celine looks at you in a way that you've only seen once before, and it was once when your father was gravely injured after battle. And it's a look that means business only. She has left emotion behind.
oh shit, so worry about it later, sort of thing.
Yeah, she gives you that look of like, this to her is an end of the world scenario. You can see Decius even has this very serious look on his face.
I've
He
probably never seen him like that before either.
never, but she knows what this means. This is the look of a man that's going to have to try and kill his own son.
Rip.
It makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
Oh, that's his father. I just realized.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
That's-
remembered. Oh,
That's gonna be a rough scene. If it even happens,
She'll just nod her head again at them, she'll wipe the tears and say, "Let's get this done quickly."
So,
And she-
no, you've got full movement. You can double move if you want because the way has been cleared thanks to this polar
Yeah.
bear. Father,
Let's get this.
I know
I
what
know
I
what-
have to do.
Let's get this done.
All right. So she's going to go the full 60.
Yeah, fine. So she'll stay at least 15 feet away from Star if she can
Alright.
catch up.
All right. So the Enlaeus guard tokens are now going to be replaced by something else, and we'll get to that when we get to that.
Oh, quick question. There are still shadow tendrils coming out from that basement, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good. I forgot to describe that. So since this area is open to light, they kind of retreated back, and it's like little tiny hands that are just kind of reaching out, and then as soon as they touch sunlight, they like recoil as if they've been burned. So it's kind of like, oh, that's cute, but oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Just
that's where Saw came
long,
from.
spindly arms. That's my mom.
Mhm.
They came from the deep.
I'd like you to meet my mother. She's an eldritch horror.
I mean, you came out through an opening and it's dark inside. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dark and wet and cold. All right. So, to note before we go to Kali's turn, as this polar bear is rushing forward, some of the guards on both sides that were wounded are like clutching at chunks of ice that are forming, and several of them go down. They either are knocked out or, in some cases, killed as she's running past, but obviously they're starting their turn in that radius. And they're taking... I'm rolling for it. Give me that pointy dice.
Pointy dice.
Yeah, they're taking 7 damage as they start their turn. So, it's, there's people
Nice.
just collapsing.
Mhm.
Good and bad. Kali, it is your turn.
Double move, just going as fast as possible.
I want to hug.
Why are you running?
Why aren't we running? You could get all the way up there.
Perfect.
I'm just gonna inch you guys as close as possible because I'm assuming that's exactly what you're gonna do. Celica, it's your turn.
Oh, and if
Go ahead.
Kali's also like, if anybody looks crossways at Saw, Kali's gonna blast him.
Most of the people are paying attention to the polar bear, but yeah, you get some sinister looks. So let's roll to hit. I mean, there's people that are gonna get back up and start
Perfect.
killing.
Yes. All right. That's a 21 to hit first Eldritch Blast.
Yep.
And a, well, that one might miss. Let's say 14.
Is that 14? No, that would hit the.
Oh, didn't you say most of
Because-
them are prone anyways?
Yeah, no, it's gonna hit.
Okay.
Yeah, don't even worry about the advantage. It would definitely hit. So roll the damage instead, because yeah, they're prone, but they're also like kind of freezing over and cold, and then trying to get up and get their weapons back in their hands and stuff. So yeah, these are
So-
just gonna be straight up hits.
First is 10 force damage plus 3 bludgeoning. Next is, well, that's a max for 15 force damage.
Okay, so several of them are obliterated as this purple shock of force comes out, and in some cases bludgeons them against the wall. In other cases, just snaps their necks as it hits. But basically, as Kali is running in through this archway, she's obliterating those that are just trying to get back up to attack the estate more. In this case, most of them that she's encountering are looking to attack her specifically.
Looking to attack Kali specifically?
Yes, because you're running up behind here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not like they're looking for you, but they see that you're on the other side quite obviously.
That's why I was curious. I was like, well, this would be confirmation that Summer somehow is giving them commands
No,
in some way.
no, it's more like, okay, that's the person that's on the opposing side. We need to kill them.
Got it.
All right, Celica.
Is it? If I think back to what I saw through Shade,
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to know what language was spoken by Summer when he was holding the gem?
Give me a intelligence save. Yeah, this would be a save.
Okay. Well, that would be a 7 plus 3, so 10.
That's 11.
7 plus 3.
No, 7 plus 3 is 10.
Oh,
I'm rubbing off
wow.
on him.
You are.
I'm rubbing off.
All right, I lose my inspiration for the night.
You're just so used to it being wrong.
Yeah, for some reason, I just pictured 11 in my head. Oh,
No,
no.
I'm right and you're wrong.
As I said at the start of this session, it's 11. I'm smart, you're dumb.
I know that I'm rubber
It's-
your glue
it's-
worked.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a long day. I've been up since like 4 a.m. So, what languages does Celica know?
Common, Draconic, and Elvish.
Okay, you would have recognized that it's Elvish, but you don't. In the heat of the moment, you don't remember exactly what was said. You know something about thunder or lightning, something about blood.
That doesn't sound good. Okay.
Thunder, lightning, blood. Okay, that's bad.
He's gonna turn the dragon mark bestower into a aberrant one. Oh no. Alright then. Probably put a bit of pep in her step, so she'll run and try and catch up with the others. Yeah, taking out who she can on the way.
All right. So those last few stragglers that are in this archway, there's like 2 of them. They're prone, so we're not going to have you roll to hit. We're just going to have you roll damage.
Alright. I really wish I could ask Celine what she knows about this thing, but there's too much going on.
So, because
just
like
damage.
oh, They're not dead yet? Yeah, boy.
I'll roll 2d8 just for the two
Yep.
the two tits. So that's plus 7. So that's
Oh, yeah. No, that's 6, 7. So that's 7 of them on there in that blade for you. As you know
Damn.
what? You know what? So we're gonna say since you're coming up on this like left flank, you just kind of have the blade out, and as they're getting up, you're slicing forward, and it cuts into the estate wall like a hot knife through butter, and it goes through the top half of one of the guys' head, and kind of comes down diagonally. There we go, across the other person from like the neck to their left shoulder, as the blade then comes out of these large, basically like blast iron doors, as if it was just more skin.
okay. Cool. Fucking murdering these people.
Yes, you are. Celica's favorite pastime, murdering people.
I mean, she's got a lot of angst to get rid of right now.
Yeah, no, I get it. Just checking this alignment chart.
I don't think I can do anything as a bonus action. So I shall just keep going because I think Celine told everyone that was a group mind meld.
Well, she just said everyone was top priority that we stop him.
Yeah,
At
at all
all
costs.
costs.
Yeah, at all costs, we have to stop him. That's what she said.
All right. Well, I don't think there's anything else I can do, so that's my turn.
Okay. So Akasha,
Yes.
with you starting to kind of move in the wake of this and see this unfolding in front of you, one key thing strikes your attention as you move forward, and I will describe that once you get there. So go ahead and do what you would like to do for your turn.
Yeah, I guess if I'm gonna see everybody, hiking in one direction, I'm gonna follow them.
And you definitely you heard Celine, and
There's nothing you think. I don't know how long.
it is number 2, but it should be a setting in there for when you grab it, your token.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm also.
Oh, you got
tired.
it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. So right about there is when you're going to start noticing this.
Okay.
So as you look down at these bodies, you notice that not one of the enemy guards is half elf or elven. They're all humans. Every enemy guard that you see is a human. And before we get into it, Sad, that's been part of this. This has already been a thing that's written.
Sure. Sure. Why don't you show me the changelog on your Google Doc?
I can, sir.
Show me the receipts. I want to see them all.
All right, continue
I
on,
think I'm gonna
Akasha. So now you
double
notice
move
that.
to get to
Yeah.
to like right with everyone else.
All right. So that's 2 actions. I don't know if you have any bonuses at the moment, or if you want to tell them, because you have the option to talk at this point in time.
Yeah,
if you
I
want to let
guess
them know.
I know that I could more easily get to Kali's mind,
Absolutely.
probably.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna convey. Did you notice that they're all humans?
Let's stop Scully like short a step, and she nearly falls over just from the just from it throwing her off her stride, and she's basically running entirely on adrenaline at this point. And she sort of turns and stares at them, like glancing back and forth, just extreme confusion on her face.
Yeah. So this finally drawn to Kali's attention. Every single one of the enemy ones have been human.
But she has, like, you can tell just by the bafflement that she has no idea what this means.
Yeah.
And she goes to talk. You see her mouth open, and basically nothing comes out. You just hear like kind of noise.
She's reverting into dragon.
Yes.
A moment later, she telepathically back to you in her normal voice. Says, I don't understand, but I will try to tell the others as quickly as possible. And she does it, but unlike when she's done this sometimes before, where she's sort of given quick information to everybody like all at once, I want to say, like, she's just so overwhelmed and exhausted. She's having to do it like one at a time. And she
Okay.
starts with Rhiannon.
Okay. And works her way down.
Yes.
So this is passively happening, and since it's thinking, it's a bit faster, so that's fine. So Rhiannon, upon discovering this, you know that most of the guard was either Velnar elf or half elf of some sort, as is most, a lot of your house. Got a lot of mixed elven blood running through your veins. The fact that all of them are human is disturbing, because you know that more than half your forces should have been elf in some shape or form. Help, half, quarter, something there that would have given them some of the elven features. But as you're looking around, no, that none of these people are any form of elf.
Someone must have slowly just split off the original groups of guards and replaced them.
Yes, somehow.
These are probably all mercenaries just dressed up as Enlia's guard.
Yeah, that's your best assumption at the moment. So, are we okay to move on to Celine's turn, Akasha?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So since she's not starting or ending her turn, she's able to kind of run through this cold here, and Decius is following along with the guard. If they're able to get through all the way, they should be able to. Her, definitely. She has enough movement. Decius is not able to. He's got stamina, but not the speed that he used to. This guardsman, though, is able to keep up with Celine, so they'll be right here, running by, and they're not really saying anything to anybody. They're just running forward, and you can tell that they're going to be heading towards the left here. They're not even wasting time on killing, prone people. They're just going.
We could just jump down this way, I guess.
Pretty much. All right, Sa, your turn.
All right, we got to get there. So, do I know where the church is?
Yeah. You saw it when you came in, so you definitely know where it is.
All right, I'm going to full movement, like full run.
So 80.
Yeah.
No, don't get there first.
Yeah.
Trying not to. Okay. So let's go 30.
You know
for
what
now.
happened the last time you got there first?
Yes, I do.
She's
right.
doing an Onwin and charging in.
Since we're starting a new round, or
I was about to say, let me just go the
Here.
30 for now.
hang on.
Let's move us all at once.
Okay.
Hang on. I need to take some headache medicine.
Okay.
We'll take a quick break, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset up a deployment zone, as we move into the next phase of tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
All right.
I'll see you.
Sounds good.
all a fragment of our emancipation.
Mhm.
All right. Let us roll initiative. Don't tell me the results yet, so keep the results. As I describe kind of what's happened in our break. Mechanically, I have put us in a new deployment zone, and that is right there. So you can start again anywhere within here, and unlike the last deployment zone, you can start on any of these squares, and then measure movement from that square. So along the way, we did learn basically as the polar bear is rushing past, and as the rest of the party is rushing past, a warforged and basically somebody kind of like hanging on to him a little bit, using him as support, step out from the area that Celica just sliced into. She almost killed them. The tokens were mere inches away from where that blade went through.
You almost killed Loverboy. If
Yeah.
you touch her hair and he's saying, I'll fucking kill you.
It's not my fault, it's the GM's fault.
So they came out basically after you guys were all running, and then they begin to catch up. So they're Kyle is basically taking his second wind and, getting ready for whatever's about to go down. He's on the assumption of this is all we have to fight with. This is what we're taking to kill Summer. And of course, GC is exuding maximum effort. So,
Ollie's going to. Kyle doesn't have a weapon anymore, right? Because
no,
he broke all his weapons.
No, he had that. So his right-handed blade got broken, and then the dagger that was in his right hand got broken. But he still had his left-handed blade, so he still has a weapon.
Okay, I was gonna say.
But then he was also handed the Storm Song.
Got it. Okay, as I was gonna say, if he didn't have anything, Kali's got daggers at least.
Yeah, so he's dual wielding basically long swords.
Good to see that he's doing all right.
All right. I'm deciding on how I want to do this. I think this is how I'm going to do it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to stop this and move on to my next project.
That's the end of the campaign.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I'm going to want to turn this one up.
Oh, it's got the pit pats.
Yes. As you guys see the church, and basically at the front of end of it's been blown open, you can assume that it most likely came from one of those mortar bombs or whatever helped you with the false Hydra. Through the flaming corridor where the pews and stuff would normally be aligned is a figure kind of wreathed in the flame, very much like Sephiroth walking through the fire kind of situation. As Summer steps forward, crazed and disheveled, he stops at the top of the stairs and he says, "Go on. Come and get it. If you deserve it, well, then I guess you'll win. But we know you don't. You don't deserve it. No one else deserves it more than I." Initiative. Rhiannon.
I got a 16.
Let's see here. There she is. Celica.
13.
Kali.
18 plus 2, 20.
Saw.
20.
Well, you definitely have more decks than I do.
That's me playing the guitar.
Oh shit! So good.
Akasha.
What do you go?
Of course, this is where my natural 20 came out. 20 plus 3, 23.
All right. Them at the end here. And well, Summer gets to go first.
Of course
Damn
it
it.
does.
He does.
The air seems to fracture and splinter. And as if glass, it breaks in front of him and shatters. And he steps forward. This.
It better not be a damn mirror image.
That freaking reverse thing, no. That was cool.
I was really trying to time that one.
I swear, if he has like time control powers again, I'm done.
All right.
Did you hear the song? Did you listen to the clock tick song?
All right. So now that the stream got to hear the music a good bit, I'm going to turn down to the hair. All right. So he has a mantis blade of his own. You see this, and you look back at Saw. Well, you remember back at Saw. She's a polar bear still. But you remember she still had her blade. So this is a third one.
Oh shit.
And you heard him name it as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't-
Specifically, Celica, you did.
Yeah,
heard
I
him. Yeah,
realized
tell
at the
them.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you
All
remind
right.
that name for me again?
Deceit.
Of course it's got deceit.
That's it for his turn. Akasha.
Oh boy. Okay.
I've only ever watched like 10 episodes of Bleach ever.
I've seen them all.
I know you have.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at my spells.
I just want to be clear. That thing he did earlier, was that a spell being cast?
No.
Okay.
It just sort of seemed to happen.
Oh, that's really comforting. Okay. All right, I am going to.
He's got a lot. Sorry. He's got a lot of rings, but it's hard to get an exact count from this distance. You could roll perception to see, but against active perception, it's a bit high.
I'm terrified to put anything on him. So.
It's up to you, Akasha. If you're not certain, you can always move your turn order behind somebody
No.
else's.
I'm just trying to decide between. Yeah, I'm gonna do motivational speech, which gives everybody 5 additional HP, and you have advantage on wisdom saving throws. 5 creatures within range that can hear me. And let's see. If an affected creature is hit by an attack, it has advantage on the next attack roll it makes. Once an affected creature loses a temporary hit points, the spell ends for that creature.
Okay. So, obviously, you're buffing your party which one of these NPCs do you wish to buff? You got Rhiannon's mom, her uncle, somebody that won't keep his eyes off of her, and a Warforged. And Decius is, hang on, brain hurting. Oh, that's the guard. This one is the guard. Out of those 5, who would you like to buff?
Do I know that that's Rhiannon's mom?
Yes.
Then I'll go with her.
All right. I'm gonna mark that with a yellow. There we go. So she's temporarily hit points, all that jazz. Anything else?
Let's see. Can I like do anything to kind of like be on the defensive?
You've already taken an action to cast a spell or use an ability, so you can't take a defensive action.
Okay, so good to know for the future.
Anybody starting in this deployment zone is not affected by Saw's circle.
Okay. Well, I think that's it for my turn. She's
Alright.
she's kind of like having like shell shock seeing Summer, and he's obviously he looks disheveled and weird. So
Yeah.
she's
All right,
Who's this weird man?
Saw.
I know what damage it could do. If I run in first here. I'm pretty much gonna let everyone get a game plan. And once the first person starts moving forward, I'm gonna follow up with a movement.
All right, I'll put you behind Celine then.
And as far as we know, currently Summer doesn't know that I'm Saw. Just a polar bear. I mean, he could know.
He
Polar
probably
bear
safe to
doing.
assume. Okay,
Safe
fish.
to assume random polar bear.
Yeah, random polar bears. Most like, well, he's probably gonna think it's a familiar because he thinks Saw's dead.
Yeah.
He's pretty
Right.
certain Saw died.
Yes, exactly.
So he's thinking that somebody here has a familiar or summoned a
Yeah.
polar bear. You know, that's the most likely next excuse.
That's the illusion that I kind of want to keep up. So that's why I'm like, as soon as one
Okay.
person starts moving forward, I'm gonna follow them up.
Yeah. All right, Kali.
Holly makes a noise. Again, whatever's going on with her, it sounds like she can't talk at the moment.
Mhm.
But you very clearly, everyone telepathically near her here, motherfucker, as she
Whoa.
steps close enough to 60 feet
Mhm.
for reasons not involving what she's about to do. But instantly 2 Eldritch Blasts.
All right.
So that is a 22, and that's a nat 20 on the second one.
Nice.
Yes.
All right. Let's
Does the 22 hit?
the
Or
22.
does another ring explode?
The 22 does not hit, but a barrier kind of deflects that blow. One of the rings on his left hand glows, and you can see he's got a bunch. Biggest problem that Kali's having when trying to stare at the rings is it's kind of like trying to look at a tree in the middle of the night. It seems to fade from view or blend in with darkness. In this situation, they seem to be shifting and materializing and moving, so she can't get an accurate count. But she does know that there's a faint glow that put this barrier up, that put the shield up.
Okay, so he's
From his
like
left
wreathed
hand.
in darkness, is what you're saying at the moment.
No, he's wreathed in fire just about. But what I'm saying is that there's some sort of effect that's making
Okay,
it to
making
where
it hard
she
to
can't.
focus on him.
Not him, but the ring specifically.
Got it. Okay,
But
I was-
the second one definitely hits, and that's force
Okay.
damage. So roll another 20.
That's a 16.
Okay, so roll twice the damage dice of that Eldritch Blast,
Okay.
and essentially, he is. The best way to describe it is that he's being a conduit for magic. As this attack hits, it kind of steers into him, and the next magic attack that would hit him is made with advantage. As your
So 19
magic...
force damage and 3 magic bludgeoning.
All right.
And I'm assuming whatever effect's going on, Kali isn't going to choose to fling him back, but can Kali sense whether she could or not?
She gets a strong sense that she's unable to.
Okay.
When she probes out at him, the mental fortitude there is staggering. It's absolutely unnatural.
All right. 2 blasts. She stepped forward to where she is, and I have a bonus action I want to do. She is. That is it for now.
All right. All right, Rhiannon. Before your turn starts, I have to roll the dice here. So, this is a legendary action. The fracturing air that was around him just a moment ago seems to unfracture and splinter back into normal reality. And the attack that Kali made seems to leave his body and fade away, about 10 feet away from him. The glow on his ring reverses. So instead of forming outward, it suddenly forms inward on his left hand somewhere. It's slippery to look at, basically.
So where he had been damaged, it's now gone.
Yes. And presumably those of you that are casters, if that was a charge that was expended from the ring, it is no longer spent.
Oh, shit. Okay. In that case, I would like to do... Would it either be Perception or Arcana check to figure out which one of these rings is... Oh, obviously the ring that reformed, but is it possible to somehow dispel it?
You can definitely... If you have Dispel Magic, you can try to dispel one of them that you can actually focus on.
Okay, so how many has he got then?
We don't know. So you can
Oh,
perception. That's the whole problem. Is every time
Yeah.
you look at one, others appear. That's what it is. You know that the optical illusion where you're looking at a bunch of black squares, but there's white lines, but in between each of the squares is that shadow.
Yeah.
It's like that. Once you look at one, it's not there, but there's a bunch next to it.
Got it. Alright. Perception.
All right.
Hey. That is an 18 total.
That's an 18 total.
Yeah.
Try as she might, she can see that there are some where she's trying to look, but the second she tries to get a count, there's more or less. Sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3. It's definitely no more than 3 per finger, but it's hard to tell exactly how many per hand. So you're thinking basically max of 15 rings on one hand.
Go. And I'm guessing then that advantage on next hit no longer applies since he undid
Correct.
the Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna just first step out this way. And I'm gonna cast Mirror Image.
All right.
I'm just double checking bonus action. Nada. Alright.
All right. Celica.
Okay. I think I might have missed it, but did the check manage to find out which ring it was that caused that fracturing?
Nope.
No.
Can I try?
There was no evidence that a ring caused the fracturing.
Oh,
You can
well,
definitely
then,
try. You can make a perception.
like try and figure out what's causing it.
Mhm.
Is this just it's an arcana
Perception.
check, right?
Perception. Because you had to notice it first.
Okay, so 17 perception plus 0 is 0, so 17.
So, again, when you focus on the rings, similar effect. They just kind of vanish a little bit, or they seem to shift positions. As far as the fracturing of the air around him, you didn't see anything light up or glow. There's nothing that stood out to cause that effect. He didn't make any movements to activate it. It just, for all intents and purposes, it just happened.
So I can surmise it's some sort of innate ability they might have gained. Okay. Basilica's trying to not charge in straight away because she's dealt with this guy before, where he kind of subverted the whole thing and be like, I'm gonna drug you and all that stuff. So she knows that he can think things quite far. So what I will do is to make things a little bit harder for him. How long does this last? How many rounds is a minute?
10.
10 rounds. I can only cast this once. I'll get closer first, I think.
Okay.
So 30. There. 30 and then fireball.
Fireball.
Bolt.
I was like, I thought you already used your canister.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Firebolt. Go ahead.
Yes.
This is the first spell after Kali thing. So did the advantage thing also vanish?
Yes.
Okay.
And that could have been a 20. It's an 18. So 18 plus whatever. 6.
All right. So that's a 24. So the fireball or firebolt hits, and when it does so, you notice that as it's getting closer, reflections of it seem to appear right before they impact him. What's the damage?
2d10. Could have been better, but it could have been worse. 7.
All right. So it hits him in kind of a glancing blow, adding more singes to his garb.
Okay. I think. Yeah, contact because he's not in range for a melee attack. So I guess I'll just end on a free action speak. Are you the one that sent the Hydra after Nathaniel?
In due time.
What the fuck does that mean? Not in character.
My man's just been going back up and down the time stream.
Alright, well. Now she's just angry at him. Well, more angry, so that's my turn.
All right.
Whoa, Jesus.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh my god.
Celine is gone, and then she is there next to him.
Oh my fuck, she just ran in.
Leroy
Jenkins. No.
Stick to the plan!
Are you
Cling-
sure that she's not Saw's mom?
Cling, clang. A red blur as Deceit parries Celine's attacks. He says something quietly, but those with keen ears will hear, "Ah, so you've brought father." She doesn't say anything. She just continues to wail on him. One of the attacks looks like it goes through, but then a glow from his left hand erects a barrier, and the blow is a miss instead. Let's see. He will use the legendary action, and he's going to lash out at her.
No.
The blade comes directly for her throat.
No.
She deflects it.
Oh my god.
I hate you. Stop doing that.
But that's not the only attack he gets to make. His other hand, a Chris, goes for her gut. She deflects it.
Oh.
From his pants.
No.
A third weapon is unveiled.
This is the worst possible thing.
The mantis blade comes back at her, and she deflects it a third or second time. Decius charges forward. As he's charging forward, he holds no reservations about letting this trident fly directly at his son. He doesn't say anything. He just does what must be done. And it hits the barrier. Decius holds out his hand. He's trying to force it through the barrier, magically. But to no avail. So he recalls the trident. Maximum effort. GC goes up the stairs and aims his crossbow. And it is deflected by the shield. The guard, standing no chance whatsoever, shows no fear as he full moves to create space between Celine and Summer. He uses a special ability and takes a defensive stance. So that way he can take one of the attacks that's an ally adjacent to him would attack, or would take. And finally, Loverboy
Go, Kale. You can do it. Kill him.
He looks back to Rhiannon, and she can see in that moment the pain he's gone through. And she knows those who aren't here must be dead. He rushes forward. Storm Song erupts with lightning and is deflected. The longsword in his left hand is just as easily deflected. The red blur constantly weaving back and forth. And he will wait. Let's see. Yeah, he's going to save. Okay. Sa, it is your turn.
Alright. I thought I was gonna move up with Celica because she moved.
You totally can. It's still the same turn.
Everything's happening all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a prepared action. So, but because I was gonna do an action as well as a move, but now I have to double move. It's okay. I will just go as bear.
You push me over.
Yeah, right up here. Hang on, that was 55.
You
Alright,
can get
I'm
on the
gonna-
opposite side of him. Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
give us flanking opportunities.
Yeah, technically he's already flanked, but yes.
Yeah.
He's double flanked now. Double advantage.
So I can't do anything as of right now besides bonus actions.
Right.
Let me see.
Well, as long as he thinks you're just a bear, he's probably going to ignore you.
I mean, probably.
Compared to what he has to worry about in front of him.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. So I will end my turn.
He looks across at what's going on in the heat of this battle as we enter round 2. And he sees, how outnumbered he is, but he doesn't seem too perturbed by this. He seems to be looking, searching for something, all while this is happening.
As that happens, since talking is a free action, can Kali send a telepathic message to somebody?
Yeah, you have a reaction still, so yes.
Okay. To Celine, telepathically. Waiting for just a breath where she's not fighting for her life. So this moment when he takes a second to look out and he's not hyper focused on looking for openings, to Celine she's going to say, this thing Summer's trying to get, can it be destroyed? Or can it be used by any of us? Can you use it?
So she says only one with the blood. So one of the family can use it.
So Celine could.
Yeah.
Okay. Then also, is there any reaction from Summer when she speaks telepathically to Celine?
He looks at Celine.
Okay. And did Celine give any indication that she was spoken to?
No.
Okay. Kali's not going to do any more telepathic stuff.
Okay. All right. So the start of his turn. Let's see here. At the start of his turn, the air fractures and shatters around him. But it doesn't shatter completely, if you know what I mean. It goes out roughly about 10 feet.
He's within my 10-foot bubble, so dex save.
Hang on that. because
yeah.
the
After.
fracture actually happens before that. And what's happening is they're not being pushed back. They seem to fracture and shatter as well. And they go back a few seconds. Basically, 10 feet out from him. Up to 10 feet out from him. Fractures and fragments in time. As time is undone in that small space. Just turn them back around. Confused, of course, our NPCs here, they try to understand what's happening. And instead of stepping out, he takes one step inward. He, in doing so, brings Deceit up and holds it in a ready-to-attack kind of stance. He has the Chris in his other hand, also ready to attack. Akasha, it is your turn.
Alrighty. I am gonna try to cast Dissonant Whispers on him in a second level spell slot.
What kind of save is that?
Wisdom save.
Alright. It's a 16.
It is exactly a 16. What does that mean?
That means he does save.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Successful save takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. He's not deafened, correct?
No. My head.
Okay, so I rolled 17 damage, so half. He takes half damage.
Alright. He doesn't give a whole lot of a sign of something happening within his mind. Shockingly enough, it seems to be more of a nuisance or an annoyance, as if this is kind of normal for him to experience.
Oh. Can I... Let's see. Let's see, I already took an action.
Mm-hmm.
I guess with my... she's... I don't really want her to move, but like can she kind of like... I don't know. Would I have to have used an action to like examine that further?
No. You can... there's a couple of options. You might think it's something magical in response. It could be something natural. It could be, medicine. This dude might be psychotic, maybe.
Yeah.
So the one that makes the most sense to me is medicine check.
Okay, I want to see if she can kind of figure out what might be going on with him. But I rolled a 5 + 2, so that's a 7 total.
Okay. I mean, it's safe to assume that he's crazy. So...
Okay.
You don't know what type of crazy. But you definitely get the strong sensation that he's not... he's not a full jar of pickles.
Yeah. I'm just like, he nuts.
Yeah. That's
You
a
see,
lot
like,
of nuts.
She starts sweating a little bit more. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're all really grody, so it's like, when people are like have like dirt, but you can't tell on their skin, and then like they start sweating, and like
Yeah.
it puts like a clean stripe down.
Yes.
So that's happening, and like she probably has dirt like at the roots of her hair,
Oh
Anyway.
yeah. This is a terrible experience for her. She hates the sand. It gets everywhere.
I
Rough and
hate
coarse.
sand.
Yeah. All right. Kali.
So is Saw back to going ahead of me since we're in a new turn?
Oh, you know what?
Because she and I tied, but she has higher decks.
You're right.
Well, doesn't she stay in the new position, or is that different now?
I don't think that's how it works when you just hold an action.
Yeah, she didn't move her turn order. She held.
Okay.
All right. So Sa, do you want to go first then?
Let's see.
Don't go dying on us again.
Yeah, he's ready to strike someone.
Yep.
Seems like.
Mm-hmm.
I have something I want to whisper to you.
Okay. You can attempt to.
That's what I'm gonna attempt to do.
All right. You have to make a deception check.
Oh boy. As a rogue, I'm not too good at these. Oh! 21.
All right. So you're going to charge forward and feint an attack, essentially,
Essentially.
to have to draw an elicit. Sorry, to elicit a response for him to attack you. So you go in and you get ready to bite. And he goes to strike. Rolls much higher on deception.
Of course he does.
So
Figured.
he stops basically just shy of your fur.
Okay.
What do now?
So wait, how did he oppose a deception check with deception?
It's he basically saved against hers and then rolled another of his
Okay.
own.
Let me look at my.
It was high enough to not have a contested save.
Let's see. Okay. I'm going to, where's my... Okay. He called my bluff. Not too worried about that. So I'm going to, he probably still has... You know what? Fuck it. I got this far.
When you say
going
these
to-
words, it fills me with dread.
I was waiting for it.
I'm going to attempt to strike at him with death. I'm going to revert back to normal form as a bonus action.
Okay.
Since he called it. So I'm ready for him to come at me again.
Oh no, not again.
He doesn't.
I will do an acrobatics check or anything if I need to
do what?
any of this. Like, cause since I know he's like, he was prepped and ready to strike.
Uh-huh.
So I'm ready to try to dodge something.
Okay.
But
No,
I'm also wanting to try to hit him.
no, he's not attacking you at the moment.
Right,
The
okay.
one thing that you do get from him though is he goes, "I knew you were too smart to be a bear."
Didn't I blow your face in?
Roll to attack if you're attacking.
Let's see. That was a 18 plus. Where's it's a longsword. So what is that to hit? Normal.
It's whatever your attack is. Normal doesn't have a to hit.
Okay,
It's
because my
your
scimitar is a
melee.
+8.
Right.
Okay.
Are you talking about your blade, your mantis blade?
Yeah.
Okay, no, so it'd be a +9.
Okay, so 18 plus 9.
9, Jesus.
Okay. So, yes. He will. Let's see here. Not that. All right, so his blade, his mantis blade, seems to be moving on its own. Now that you can see his movements, it moves in to deflect yours, but you edge out as the higher of the two rolls. So he's unable to successfully parry it. Roll damage.
Yeah, cut him up.
Alright, Guts. We have dual mantis blades over here. Let's take his ass out. I wanted to see if it'd work.
You'd probably be like, intriguing, you have a mantis blade too.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Plus whatever damage the red mantis blade does.
What do the
How
what do
much?
the souls in your blade do?
24 plus whatever damage mantis blade does.
Okay.
Not
And
knowing
yeah, I'm about to find out. I don't know.
What do you mean you're about to find out?
I don't know what my sword does. The one time I've used it, I died right after. So
Right.
I know it holds souls, but I don't know if it does anything else.
You know that when it was in the hand of the other guy, it was used to empower the user.
Because I know
So-
my normal plus the damage is a +5.
And which one did you have out of the two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Death.
All right. So when you cut into him, he does give a reaction. And you see blood stain his shirt where it sliced into his arm. He lets out a grunt. He definitely feels the pain of it. But no other effects are visible from your sword when this happens.
Okay.
You can see his eyes fill with rage, though.
I was gonna be like, as I'm coming back, like, I might actually say this in character. I wanted to think of a witty comeback, but I'm a bit scatterbrained at the moment.
Being dead does that.
That hurts me.
And my turn is done.
All right.
I just give
So,
like a little smirk
at
as I cut into
the
him.
end of his turn, he's
my
going
my
to
10-foot aura as well.
yeah. At the end of his turn, he attacks back at a 22,
That hits me.
and the Chris at a 21.
Okay.
Are those both hits or just the one?
Both.
All right. So the Chris does 3 damage. That's piercing.
Okay.
The Mantis Blade does 8
Whew. Okay.
as it slices. And then it is Kylie's turn.
So I have a couple of questions here. This effect that's obscuring him. Kali is very familiar with various forms of deception, including illusions.
Yeah.
Does this seem to be illusion magic? Like, does it have any of the telltale signs of it? I know that to see through it requires a save of some sort. But
So
is there any indication that that's what's going on?
let's have an
Or is there
Arcana
something I
check
can do?
with advantage because this is something up your alley.
Okay. Well, my plus isn't good, but with advantage, 18 plus 1 for a 19.
Okay, so
Sounds like should have
You-
assisted with that.
you
Arcana check.
want to say yes, but you do know it's not a spell. It's not something that he's cast or channeling or even concentrating on. It's just happening. So it has to be the effect of either one of the items he's wearing or one of the rings is causing this to happen. But it is
what Kali's trying
it
to say
is
is it's something she
illusory.
can will through.
It is
yes.
illusory, but it is very strong illusory. This is probably the strongest that she's ever encountered.
So, to everyone else in the party, I will tell you the idea I have because of who and what Kali is, but I can't figure out a way to make this work. If I had Zia, I could. Kali noticed him look at Celine when she did the telepathy thing. Kali has an incredibly high deception check. Kali thinks she could get him to go wherever she wants as long as he thinks he's chasing after that MacGuffin. The problem is, as far as I can figure out, like from her in-character point of view, there's no one who could lead him on a chase long enough with what these weird-ass things he's doing are that would give us more than like just a single round of advantage. Is it worth doing? Because whatever he's after, either Celine or Rhiannon could use it.
Yeah. Like honestly, at this stage, I was just thinking to hit him with an AOE, like Sleet Storm or downdraft him to at least knock him prone somehow. But I'm not sure if that would go through. He's got timey-wimey stuff going on.
I've got nothing else. The time thing seems to only exist in like the 10-foot range as well. So there's only one way I can see to do this thing. I was hoping somebody else had another shot. So Kali is going to pop her wings.
I'm gonna cut in here. First off,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys remember, but you do have a plot point. Secondly, I'm going to cut in and say that Celine's going to say this as part of her reactions.
Okay.
She's going to look back at Celica and then look back to Rhiannon.
Okay.
And
So
she gives this look of, you know what to do.
So if that's the case, then when Kali sees that, I know what Kali is going to do as well. Kali spreads her wings out and telepathically to Celine with a deception check, which I'll roll, which I assume I'm going to have to because
Yeah.
I'm guessing he can listen in. She's going to say, hold him off. I'll get it was an amulet or something, right?
That's like a sapphire.
It was a
It was,
sapphire,
but it was on like a
gemstone.
yeah, but it
Yeah,
was
he had
on
it,
like
he
a
had it on a
thing.
cord. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
more of a
say-
necklace.
I'm going to get the necklace out of here, just in case. I assume I need to roll deception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have to take it from me.
I am going to use inspiration. That was a nat 1
Oh,
to a 19, so that's a 30 deception.
All right.
Jesus.
And as soon as, like, in the midst of saying that, she swoops over this way, goes up over the wall behind it, and she is basically, like, staying low, putting as many obstacles between her and Summer as possible. If she can bust into this building right here and, like, fly or run as best she can through there, she's going to do that.
Okay. Yeah, you can assume that like these buildings are pretty heavily damaged. So
As she starts
that.
to go, she's also going to see if there's a reaction from him, obviously.
he seems at this point in time intently focused on the re-alived person in front of him.
Sorry, I'm messing up your plan.
Fuck.
I mean, she did damage him quite a lot.
Yeah, as I had said, he has rage filled in his eyes.
Oh, okay. Would Kali have noticed that enough to know that he wouldn't fall for this then?
It's hard to say because he was busy with 3 people up in his face,
Okay.
and he still had a chance to look at Celine.
Hmm.
So it's really a
I think
toss-up play.
I already asked for it. I already rolled it. I think I just have to stick with it.
Okay.
At the very least, it should distract him as he thinks his prize is getting away.
Yeah.
And I think she'll add, I'll meet you guys at the air skiff.
Gonna fly all the way to.
Well,
All right.
the implication is he's smart enough to infer that maybe Rhiannon, being as smart and tactical as she is, would have had him nearby in case of weird things, and might have used a sending spell, which he knows she has, etc., etc. It's this intertwining web of deception.
Yes.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
Yeah.
So
Everyone's
I
lying.
can't move myself over the wall for some reason.
Normally you have to hold shift when you're flying.
Oh, it's because I had the. It's because I had the thing up. I think. No, still won't.
Why
Oh,
is...
it's not.
Oh, it's control.
Oh, control to go up.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
control.
control. Okay. So yeah, she'll like dip into this broken roof up here
Okay.
and get out of sight for now.
Get your head down.
And she assumes that the rest of the party knows her well enough to know she's not just running.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
trying to do a ploy.
Carly's fleeing.
Yeah, they know her tells.
Yeah.
All right,
Yes.
Rhiannon.
Would Rhea have noticed Celine looking at Celica than at her?
Oh, absolutely. She made it fairly obvious.
So I'm not sure if I should hold my turn until after Celica or if I'll just move up the 30.
But that's also
Yeah.
why Kali acted then. That makes
Yeah.
because it distracts from the look, and it made it look like, because from his angle, it would have looked more like he was looking towards Kali. She was.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what she was trying to infer, if we're supposed to be attacking him, or if she was nodding for us to go down and get whatever he was trying to.
Yeah, you got to
It's-
sing. It's full of lightning. I don't know. You tell me.
So I just wanted to be sure in case I'm like, okay, I'll go underground, and then she's like, no, that's not what I meant.
No, she's definitely saying for that stone to get to her daughter.
Okay.
Let me just check range real quick. Oh yeah, plenty of range for most anything. Okay, I'm just thinking here. I'm gonna move to sort of maintain the deception, and I'm gonna move slightly back this way.
Mhm.
Stay lined up near Akasha.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll give Sleet Storm a go. I'll put it behind him. Oh, it's got to get to the roof. Never mind. Unless it just, yeah, freezing rain. Okay, actually instead, gust of wind. I'm going to put a gust of wind directly on top of him and straight down. It doesn't mention anything about prone, but he will have to make a strength save not to get moved around, I guess.
So, as that happens, one of the rings on his right hand glows and then cracks and falls to the ground.
Oh, good. And this is gonna... Was it a counterspell one? Like, it's gonna just stop
Yeah,
the
it
control
countered
button?
it. Yeah, it countered it.
Alright. I think that's it then.
All right, Celica.
Well, now I'm gonna have to make my move actions to go back to Syria.
You can throw it.
So I can keep... Yeah, but then he'd
Yeah.
see it. And that would kinda... that would defeat the purpose. All right. So I'll give like a... Seeing that Celine motioned at her and she knows realizes what she needs to do. She gives a quick nod and then goes back.
I think I gave Sab a mini heart attack there.
She runs
Let
up
me
to
just
Summer.
eat it right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
No, she goes up to Summer and just hands it to him.
Yeah. So I'll like,
Hey, this is yours.
I'll palm her the gem and be like, I don't know what you can do with it, but
that's gonna be very obvious too.
Yeah.
You were just
Okay.
like rushing up at him. So
well,
I'll help you out here with how tactical Celica can be. This is a situation where you're probably going to want to have her make some sort of bluff and get this to somebody else, or get it on the ground or something, because it is a very small object. It's only
Can I interject?
Yeah.
With an
Fake
interesting
ball,
idea.
isn't it?
So Celica has her like plate armor, but I assume you have some sort of ornamental cloak or like traveling clothes of some sort, like something that goes over it, like usually a surcoat, a
Yeah.
tabard.
Anyway, something to obscure sight. That's what you're trying
Yeah.
to say.
So you
Yeah.
could just really like dramatically, like it's fucking go time. You do the thing where you like pull the cloth piece off and just drop it on the ground, and you sleight of hand it into the cloth as you drop it and then charge.
Throw the
Very
clock back,
dramatic, very Celica, very stealthy.
I'm not dramatic. What do you mean?
So that said, I'll let you retract your movement if there's something else you want to do, because this is going to be very obvious, and I don't think Celica
Yeah.
would make that mistake.
Yeah, well, back I go. It's just that I didn't think that I could do something like a bluff because I suck at those kind of things.
Well, yeah, but the thing is you counteract it by doing something interesting with it, like using an article of clothing, so you get advantage at least.
All right. Dramatic flourish. Ooh, through the legs.
And you're also like obscuring it behind your back as you're doing
Yeah.
it anyways. Like there's a lot of things that help this.
Yeah, you're taking off your training outfit. The weighted uniform
Yeah.
comes off.
Big dust cloud obscures everything conveniently.
Unclip the cloak. If I had, I was gonna say if I had like the new art, I would be able to do it because you should be able to see the new things.
Oh yeah.
So you said with advantage, right? Is this deception?
Yes. Yeah, unless there's a sleight of hand for 5e, I forget. I don't have my sheets in front of me.
Yeah, there is
It
a
is a
sleight
sleight
of
of
hand.
So yeah, it'd be a sleight of hand.
Thank God, because I'm better at that. I've got a -1 in deception. Oh, fuck yeah! Nat 20 +2.
Yes!
22. He, of course, is focused on Sa, but he does see the cloak coming down. He takes note of it, but it doesn't look like he takes note of it because you're hiding something. He knows that you're posing yourself as another threat.
Yeah.
And of course, the whole
Red
Mantis
Mantis
thing.
Blade.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess with that.
We'll say that was a bonus.
Oh man, took my bonus action. I was gonna do something with that. Oh well. I guess I'll just walk in normally then.
Walk in like a JoJo character.
I like,
the
to do
funk
that,
walk.
I like to think I do that dramatic thing where I dropped it and then I just like Terminator run. That's as close as I can get though. And then
I think you can get a little closer because of the way diagonal movement works.
how
Say
much
something like
closer?
that.
Okay. Is that still not within range?
It's within Sa's hurdy range.
Ow.
Yeah, be
This
careful
was-
of that hurdy range.
Well, I forgot about that. So
So
Whoops.
I'll give you melee range.
okay, cool. I'm give this guy some pain. So I'm going to, because I don't know if he's actually doing it this way. I'm going to do booming blade on him.
All right. Nice.
Make a melee attack with it against one creature within 5 feet. Melee attack. That's almost a nat 20. That's a 19 plus 8.
Okay. So So that hits, even though he's deflecting. Basically, it's turning it into somewhat of a glancing blow as you cut out at him. Roll damage.
On hit, suffers a normal weapon attack, so that is a 1d8 plus 7. Damn, so 7 plus 7.
So 14 as you slice a nice clean cut into him.
And he's now sheathed in booming energy until the start of my next turn. If he moves moves about 5 feet, he takes 1d8 thunder damage, and he also takes 1d8 thunder damage now because I hit him.
All right.
Nice.
I should really read my whole spell first. I could have done 2d8, but okay,
Another
it's not
2.
that good. But...
All right. And is
Alright,
that it for your turn?
No, I get another attack.
All right.
Come
Where's his
on.
dick?
That's a nat 20.
All right.
Yes. Who's that dick?
Let's roll another 20.
Is an 11.
All right. So this is a very impactful hit. Essentially, you're cutting something serious here. Not enough to leave an actual permanent wound, but you do get to roll double dice.
Oh. So
Nice.
it's double the double dice then.
It is roll your damage dice twice. So it's
So
not
essentially like a-
quadruple. No, it's double your.
It's a normal crit then.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 2d8 plus 2 7s. Come on.
Alright, so that's 25.
18. Yeah. 25.
All right. He looks down and he seems more angry that his clothing is being ripped to shreds at the moment than basically bleeding.
Makes sense. If he can just reverse time, he can just undo the damage. Alright.
He's pissed off.
At least his focus is on me. So that is... I believe that's my turn. Let me just make sure I don't have anything I can do outside of that. No, that requires a bonus action, which you stole from me. That's my turn, yeah.
All right. The end of your turn. He attacks with deceit. Sorry. Yes, he attacks with deceit. And that is a 27 versus AC.
I don't think any of us have anything higher than a 20.
All right.
So
4 damage. Also, you have to make a save for Saw's ice.
oh yeah.
Dexterity.
Well, that's an 8 plus 2.
Okay, so that's not high enough. Saw, roll damage, and it's halved, right?
Uh,
Oh wait, no,
Let's
it's a failure, so he takes full damage either way.
let's
Sad.
pig. I'm at a level 2. Creatures within 10 feet may take the same save if they end or start their turn within the radius of the frost. Then if they attack me. Okay, so melee attack. 1d4. If they fail, they take 2d4 cold.
Okay.
So let me roll that.
Gotta get that armored control lady.
I am so sorry. It's a 6. I rolled a 4 on one of them.
So that's 6 cold damage coming your way, Celica.
I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm fine.
Oh god, you don't know how much I just like.
Luckily, that temp HP was pretty good. so I didn't take that much.
Yes.
Celine getting back some of her movement, which means she also gets back some of that ability that she used.
Oh no, Celine, I was gonna go back. Oh, that's okay, flanking.
She says deflect this. The blade struggles to basically whip Summer around to protect him, and only barely deflects the first shot, but she attacked with both weapons at the same time.
Oh.
And her other
Naughty,
blade,
naughty.
her other blade catches him in the ribs. He lets out a as the impact draws the air from his lungs, and he grimaces.
Whoa.
And he says, "You will pay."
Shut up.
Decius follows basically behind the guard, who rushes in again and essentially creates a barrier for the people that are adjacent to him to take one hit. Decius comes in with the trident. And again, he's just getting the job done. Sadly, it's not enough to pierce through this barrier that keeps erecting itself. Kyle, he has lost too much today. He's not going to try and lose more. So he's going to sidle up next to him and attack with his blades. The first two are deflected. Or sorry, the first hit is deflected. I'm rolling with advantage. The second hit is not deflected. And he is cut on the opposite cheek. GC doesn't really care too much about firing into melee. Out of his arm, a scope basically pops out and clamps down, and he holds this crossbow up in front of him. He, with his other arm, has a small flap that opens up, and a lightning-sheathed bolt pops out of it, and he clamps it down onto the crossbow and fires it directly at Summer. It arcs with lightning on the ground as it's traveling forth. Celica, you feel a little bit tingly, get a little bit of a static shock as it pops next to you,
Oh.
and it shatters on impact. That is the end of the NPC's turn. He brings Deceit. This is his last legendary action of the round. He brings Deceit up to his wrist, essentially, and taps it, the back of the blade to his wrist. And no, Sab, they don't. So, Sa, you've been hit, and Celica, you've been hit. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
think I know what's coming.
So when he
Yeah.
does this, the wounds suddenly burn as if they're being serrated open further. So one's a crit, and one's a miss. That's against Sa. Oh, that was almost another crit. And then 2 hits against Celica. And it's as if the blade is striking back out at you without actually hitting you, as these wounds open up. Saw, you take 11 damage. Oh wait, the crit as well. 15 total off of that, but I gotta see what he rolled for his.
I thought he missed me.
One was a miss, one was a crit. So it's gonna be 11 plus whatever he rolls on the chart.
I'm down.
All right. So he already did the twice damage, but I do roll on the injury chart, major injury chart. So even though you're down, you are going to be left with yet another wonderful scar.
Okay, well, I still had 1 hit point after the 11 damage.
Okay. So here...
You wouldn't hit me at 0 for the second.
Okay, this puts you on the edge of death. You have
Okay.
disadvantage on Constitution and death saving throws.
Oof.
Back off, Saw. Just back off now.
I can't.
You can
And
disengage and
against
run.
Celica,
I can't. I'm at 0.
I think that 1. Oh.
No, he hit me a second time.
No, he only hit you once.
Yeah, 1 missed
There were
and the
2
other
attacks,
hit.
and one was a crit, and it did 11 damage, and the other was a miss.
No, Tony said that there was more.
that's
Yes, the more was the major injury.
Yes.
That's the disadvantage on saves.
Yes. You
So
have
you
a
still
major
have
Wait,
one
I'm
HP.
so confused. How many attacks hit me?
1.
How much
It
damage
critted.
was it?
It was 11 damage total.
Then I'm at 1.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the more was the injury chart, not another attack. The other attacks were against Celica, which I've just finished rolling, which was 17 total damage.
Fuck.
Now,
So how does the death saving thing work with?
when you die or when you go to 0 and you start making death saving throws, you had disadvantage.
Okay, so how do I bring myself back up? Because I put myself at 0 and it brought me into the saving thing.
Just
I think
mark
you just-
successes. Put 3 successes and it'll bring you back.
Okay, and then I put 1 HP and it brought me back.
So these wounds open up and begin to profusely bleed. You're taking 2 bleed damage at the start of each of your rounds. Or sorry, each of your turns.
Well, then I'm gonna die.
Yes, we're gonna get there. But currently you're still up, so you still have
Okay.
reactions if you have any kind of reaction that you can take.
Gotcha.
Reaction, shove a bottle in her mouth with potion in it.
Reaction blade. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not gonna be bad.
My reaction power dice on my dice. We win.
Alright. Summer's actual turn.
Ugh.
Yay.
Take frosty damage.
I really wish we could have healed before we got into this
You
fight.
hear the air around you kind of crackling and shattering as if glass were surrounding him on all sides. But it does not shatter or anything this round.
Okay, I rolled a 7
For
for the ice damage.
the ice damage,
Yeah.
oh, I rolled the wrong dice. That is a 12. He succeeded on the save, though. He got like a 26.
Okay, that's fine. Does he take half
Sorry, 24.
damage? Let me see.
No, I don't think that one does a half damage thing. I
I
just
don't think
reread
so
it.
either.
That's just if they save, they save.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Oh, if they succeed, they take half.
Okay, they do?
Yep.
All right, so he takes 4.
Yeah.
As frost builds up on him. My bad.
Fine.
He's like he got a slight crunch to his feet now with the
Yeah.
steps.
Yeah.
All right, so you've been hit several times. He sees, he's opened up these wounds on Sa and Celica, so he's looking at the rest of the party here. Everybody come to celebrate his rise to power. First attack against Celine. 27.
Oh!
Second one is a miss. The guard leaps in front and is sliced across the gut, disemboweled to save Celine from that attack. It's gonna be a multiple turn death right there.
Multiple turn death?
Yeah, because you don't die instantly from that spilling out of you.
Right.
Yeah,
That's rough.
I'm just saying it's a gruesome death.
Yeah.
Celine's obviously shocked by it, but he's doing his duty. Second attack. PC. Who would you rather this hit?
Oh no.
Don't fucking make me choose.
Because
Obviously,
Because-
you'd already
because-
said his second attack missed,
Yeah, his second attack did.
but then you just said second attack.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
third.
confused. Okay.
My bad. No. That was second out of 3. This is the third and final attack of his round.
I want to have. Can he target himself and commit seppuku?
No. My question is this, because these are, technically your characters.
Mm.
Would Kyle jump in front of Celine?
Oh fuck. Probably fucking would because he's a madman.
Mm-hmm.
I use inspiration, so he has to reroll.
Oh
So
man,
you-
I don't know.
You gonna use up that inspiration?
Yeah.
All
Using
right.
it.
Yeah.
I'll say that I'm doing it because I have to tie it to something. So I'll just say that.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
is it? Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
will
the
say-
heat of the moment, so like.
Yeah. I think this fits, sort of. I guess. I will protect any of my friends and loved ones that still live no matter the cost. I guess works.
Okay. Are you willing to give up your reaction?
You can like shove him off balance or something.
Yes, Celine's been born.
All right. So you see the blade going back towards Celine, and you see Kyle basically about to jump in front of it. And it's almost as if the mantis blade, your mantis blade, moves on its own to clash against this other blade. And when they do clash, they sing. It rings, and the serrations get caught against each other. They basically just gnaw at each other as they're separated from each other.
Some kill to kill level stuff.
And it goes 6. So that's down 1.
Oh!
Oh!
And
Damn.
when this happens, because Summer has been hit by you and time hasn't shattered around him, the power of dishonor strikes at him hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll 5d8.
Fuck him up.
I wasn't expecting that,
That's
especially
not
the
good.
old name.
Yes.
Oh.
May I interject a question to the DM?
Yes.
Wasn't the hit that got through from Celica a crit? Does that affect the.
I don't remember, but no, it wouldn't affect. What
Okay.
all that matters is that it drew blood. That was 37?
I have never seen someone roll that high on 5d8 ever.
It nearly brings him to his knees in pain as you feel this soul burn through him. He howls, and all attention is on Celica now. You can
Good, 'cause
you
I
can
was just gonna say,
feel
yeah.
the hatred just seething from him. And Steve, he says, "Oh, that's right. I don't like when they get tricky.
The damage against dishonorable people.
We fight with honor. We strike down dishonor.
Oh, cool.
Now, whether that's an effect that you have on the blade with your personality or it's natural from the blade itself is unknown."
Yeah.
So that's it for his attacks. That he will save the other thing. Akasha, it is your turn.
Okay, who is looking like? Who was
On-
we saw dying again?
On a scale of 1 to 62, I'm feeling a 1.
Okay, I thought it was Saw dying again. So okay, I'm gonna do a second level healing word on Saw. And I rolled a heal for 12.
All right, what's the range on that?
60 feet.
Okay, so yeah, you'll have to move up just a bit for it.
Okay,
Like
Tiny
up
bit.
there. Yeah. All right, so how much is she healing?
12.
Nice. So,
Breath of fresh air.
I've
not
only had
only
Saw for a
that,
week and a half.
not only that, magical healing closes those bleeding wounds.
Oh, thank goodness.
So they're literally just in time because
You
once the
saved
start of your
my
turn,
life.
yeah, and that's why you're not just dead.
Yeah.
Shy.
I was waiting on it. I was just like, oh god. I didn't want to tell Lumi what to do, but I was
No.
praying.
Lumi's got your back.
You're like, I want to say that Akasha is over here, like she, you know, like you've just had, you know, you're just breathing hard. It's like it looks like she's been running like a marathon,
Yes.
and she's like wiping sweat out of her eyes, and she's like, she's gonna put Bardic Inspiration back on Saw. Actually, can I do it again on that one person?
Yeah. Yeah. Once
Same
it's used, they
person
can. Yeah, they can have it again.
Okay, all right.
So you are all efforts on keeping Sa alive after what happened. It's very clear, like that was a shock you were unexpected or not expecting.
I'm trying to see. I don't remember like how I do mind link, but I kind of wanted to like go into her head and be like, "You cannot die."
Yeah, she's definitely a willing participant in telepathy amongst the party. So
Okay. So she's gonna go in there. Yeah, within 8. I can talk to anyone that I see within 80 feet of me.
yeah, so definitely within range. It's one of those things.
Oh,
if-
it's so. Yeah, it's way cooler than I thought. Anyway.
Yeah.
As an action, when you're speaking telepathically to a creature, you can give that creature the ability to speak telepathically with you for the next hour or until you end this effect. Okay.
Yes.
So she's gonna. I already saw you die once today. You cannot die again.
If you die, I will kill you.
There was a lot of your brain everywhere.
I could see your thoughts.
I do not like that part of mine.
All right, awesome. So, Saw again, saved by Akasha. as we go to Saw's turn. No blood damage.
Oh, whenever he ended his turn, he took another 7 damage.
All right, that changes things. Give me just a second here. So this will be before your turn starts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's whenever they begin and end their turn in my radius.
So time seems to fracture around him at this point in time. It doesn't just like crack and shatter. It opens up splits and I guess alternate segments of time right before your eyes. You can see in these little fragment pieces other versions of him that are moving differently or just slightly changed. Like the picture I posted in Discord. I think I pinned it.
Yeah.
So it's like that. But this time doesn't rewind. It absolutely shatters within 30 feet of him. And all creatures within that radius, within 30 feet, are also shattered and fractured in time. So, sorry, I'm trying to find my little radial tool. There we go. Everybody within that big blue sphere is frozen in time, including him.
Oh, damn.
Kylie, it is your turn.
Well,
Okay.
You're
'cause
frozen in time. Yes.
Yeah.
And it,
well, obviously he didn't follow me.
no, he did not. He got a little tied up.
Probably like peeks out, sees that suddenly everybody's like standing still.
Not just that, but like there's these cracks in reality that are extending out to each person that's stuck. So they're also like split and broken in time.
Holly, does it look like they're aware
No.
in whatever's
It-
going on?
When she looks closely, she can see in these like shattered fragments the slight variations of movement beyond, but it's not happening where she's actually looking. Like she's seeing
Okay.
alternate possibilities.
Holly is going to swoop at Rhiannon.
Would Ray have caught the little gem as yet, or is it still flying towards us?
It's
the coat.
the gym.
Oh no,
She
it's
just
on the
dropped the
ground.
coat.
Yeah, it's on the ground up
okay.
here.
Oh, okay.
So Kali's going to swoop down, grab Rhiannon,
Mm-hmm.
and fly Rhiannon to where the coat is.
Okay.
And that's a dash action, so that's all I got.
All right. Rhiannon.
I'll pick up the. Yeah, I guess now being brought orbited forward.
Oh, and
So-
Kali would purposely stand in front and like block Rhiannon.
Okay.
Yeah. So she'll pick up the sapphire and look at the people, everyone frozen in time. She'll look at the mother. She'll look at everyone, and then, shit. Phew. So inside the sapphire, it's like lightning. Is the lightning like crackling and moving?
No,
or
it's
nothing?
inactive.
Okay, got it. Oh man. Hate telling you all these stuff.
She's never been told about this particular
No, this is
thing
new.
either. Yes.
And it doesn't react to her marker or anything, or just being
No, it stays dormant.
there. So I suppose an Arcana check would
Sure.
help right away.
Absolutely.
Trying to figure out how long this time stasis would last for and just figure out the sapphire, I guess. Hey, 17 plus 7.
Okay. So with the stasis, it's completely impossible to guess at. This is something that never encountered, basically. You know that it's not like a pulsating effect. It's shattered, and that's where it's staying for now. For how long, don't know. But as Rhiannon focuses on this artifact, she, and I don't mean artifact as in like the power of an artifact. I mean like this thing that's in her hand. She has this kind of slow dawning realization that it's not a conduit, it's a key. It's meant to open something.
Yeah. Well, something's opened the tomb before, so this is going to be for something else now. Shit, man. Do I run down there and check it out? I don't want to leave everyone here with him.
I mean, while they're frozen in time, you've got as much time as you've got. It might be better if you go grab it, then he goes gets it.
Yeah. Shit. See if there's anything. Yeah. See if there's any spells I could do to leave behind. There's nothing on a time delay that I have. Well, I guess to. Oh man, this is so tricky. I was thinking like, you know, it might be a cheeky moment to give him a phantasmal killer if he can still make saves while frozen. But if he's in like his own little bubble and everyone else isn't, there's no way of telling if it would actually land. Like there's so many different variations in there. Who knows what would happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
especially given your experience with the past issues in time.
Yeah.
I think Kali's going to telepathically to Rhiannon and just say, trust your mother.
I want to leave her.
All right.
All right,
It's
fine.
time. Well, hang on. It's time.
What?
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna make this quiet. What are you choosing to do?
No, not the silence as well. Alright, whatever it is, it's obviously super, absolutely important. Someone cannot get his hands on it. I suppose every second counts. I'm gonna cast fly myself and use that 60 feet to get downstairs as fast as possible.
Okay. I'll move you up roughly 10 here, just to
Do you have
Maybe
the thing?
order.
Yeah, I got
And
the sapphire.
you are choosing to head to the tomb.
Mm.
Can I
Oh,
ask you a question, Rhiannon?
Oh.
sure.
Do you have Misty Separate Dimension Door? Because you're very familiar with this place, so you should be able to just pop.
Oh yeah, true. But I don't think Misty Step would reach. Let me just double check.
I don't remember how far it is, but if it's like
Misty Step is
straight
30
underground,
Yeah, it's 30 feet. Let me just get the
Have
ruler
a
out.
visual sight to it.
oh, do you have to have a sight?
Yeah, you need a
With
see
Misty
spot
Step you
that's
do.
going.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if you needed sight or if it was
Just
like if you knew
music.
it.
With Misty Step you do.
Music is
With Dimension Door you don't need a direct line of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't have Dimension Door on me, so I guess I have to fly in there.
I mean, he's frozen. What is he gonna do?
But
Well,
that
he's-
you'd have to fly through the little time shatter thing.
Fly
No,
over
no,
is the
no.
problem.
There's time doors down here.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Dude, Tony, what'd you make this?
Today.
Like, it's so good.
Use your full turn. 60
Yeah.
feet. Whoa, right outside that bubble.
You moved through the bubble, but it did not affect you.
Oh shit.
This might not be a summer thing. I think this might be a Celine thing.
All right. Set it for your turn, Rhiannon.
Seeing what else I can do. I guess it's an action. It doesn't. Yeah. I think that's the most I can do. I'm checking for a bonus action. I'm not. So yeah, that's it.
Celica, you have no turn. The NPCs, they have no turn. It comes to Summer's turn. Let's see what happens. I have to express here that these things that are happening in time, I'm determining completely randomly on a table. So what is happening is a result of RNG. Time fractures again within that 30-foot radius. Creatures stuck in time are shattered. Everyone takes 10 slashing damage.
Oh,
Kyle is not looking great. There's where he's been fractured at bleeds into reality with actual blood. This happens to one of Celine's arms. Sa is also bleeding in our time where these fractures are happening.
Looking
As
good.
you are being fragmented from time itself. Sorry,
at least I'm not taking bleed damage
No.
anymore.
Yeah.
Nothing happened with any of the rings to cause this. Akasha, it is your turn.
Okay. Who is looking worst off up there?
Kyle.
Yeah. Kyle is
Is
like currently.
the most-
KO.
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 Thank you.
KO.
Do I have a sense that, like, even though obviously something is very wrong happening in that bubble, that my magic would be able to reach them?
You saw Rhiannon go through the bubble unaffected. It's reasonable to deduce, especially with as studied as Akasha is, that these impacts only happen when time fractures itself. So when it shatters or does something, it's in that affected period in time, but it doesn't persist.
I am terribly scared to say that whenever Summer started and ended his turn, he took 14 damage.
No, that's not happening right now.
Oh, because my chill is frozen. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops, I didn't mean to get rid of that.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Healing Word, first level spell slot on Kyle,
Okay.
and he heals for 9.
Nice.
Almost
So
fully healed.
you see, when you do this, the blood stops. It trickles down those not really glass shards, and there's no more that pours out.
She's squinting like that gif, you know?
Yes, calculations. Yes.
What the okay. And I guess yeah, she's gonna move up to be a little bit closer to Kali.
All right. Then the turn goes to Kali.
Kali is just like staring at this slack jawed in horror. She has no idea what to do.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh,
She
that hurts for Callie.
She looks to Akasha. And she again tries to speak, and nothing comes out but a hiss. And telepathically, like, you hear, "Should I try to drag one of them out?
Akasha
Would it kill them?"
Akasha would know that that's not a good idea, as we saw with the shattering time effect.
It rips
Yeah,
one
she's
time of
gonna-
us from the other time of us.
Kind of unblinkingly do that like robotic head jerk.
the
No.
Holly is staring at Summer, but he keeps moving around, so I'm assuming she doesn't think she can hit him in any way that matters, because she wouldn't know which fracture of him to hit.
Right.
I'm trying to think of anything I can do.
You could always have Eldritch Blast at the ready. If the
I
time
think that's
fixes itself.
I think that's about all I can do. Okay. Here's what Kali wants to do. Cause let me zoom way in to see where they're all at. Oh, I forgot I can't knock him back with Eldritch Blast. I was gonna say I would ready one to knock him back and another to shoot like the archway just above where he'd end up, so it just collapses.
Right.
But I can't knock him back away from the others. I think she's like just dejectedly. She'll ready an Eldritch Blast to go after him as
Okay.
soon as she gets a clear shot.
Okay. All right, Rhiannon.
Going in.
Just gonna move the fly there for you.
Thank you.
Easy. And let's slip on in here. Okay, so I'm gonna start your 30 foot from where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
You have this feeling that you need to basically become you. This is basically your defining moment. What you do here shapes the future, at least for Rhiannon, completely. Because so much is happening in this one day. You know, how does she come out of this? How does, you know, what happens from here? She has to shed that past name. And then she thinks and looks over to the statue of Syria.
Oh, shit.
I've been calling her out the whole time.
Look at that one.
Yep.
Is the sapphire glowing or giving any hot or cold indication?
No, but you can see Summer's footsteps from all the dust and ash and whatnot that go from there.
Oh yeah, where he went. Okay, so where he went up and then went back out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. Alright. He must have been onto something.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Yep. So, you feel Syria's presence. And the words come to you in common, but you know they have to be spoken in Elven. And I will, as soon as I can scroll sideways here, there we go. There we are. I'll read it in Elven, and then give it to you in common.
Yeah, look.
And it is Blissanala Odemwinda, Selek Anliva, Alta de Drakar, Bro Desloka, Re Devul ol nivul, sevosa aida an calave, it lesa sebreka, derlea, ada alta adamita. And what that says in common is this. So you read that for everyone else.
Boy. So Ran will like sort of look at her marks, at the sapphire, then at the statues. Blessed daughter of the master, I seek our gift. Free the dragon from its prison. By the blood of my blood, I call on aid for our house. With this, I break your seal.
All right.
And free your might.
Let me just pull this up.
Then she goes Ramatra old and just screams out, suffer as I have.
All right. I have to get this ready over for Discord. There it is. All right. Shifting can be heard of rock against rock as this tomb slides. The lid of the tomb slides. And entombed with its original owner is a scepter or rod. And it crackles as you hold this key in your hand. The key itself fragments and shatters. And when it does so, the power that was stored within it kind of tugs at you, and you can feel the energy of your life force kind of being channeled forward, and it comes out of you in the form of lightning, and it leaps from this area in the palm of your hand where you held this pendant to that rod. And that rod lifts up, crackling with electricity, and floats towards you. What's your highest level spell slot right now?
It is 4th level. So I got 2 slots left.
One of them is gone,
Damn.
as it is absorbed into this. And Syria's voice speaks out to you. This scepter is silver and blue with sapphire-like dragon horns and a polished orb at the center of the top. At the bottom is a blue dragon's head, and it also crackles with electricity. Filigrees of arcing lightning are worked and inlaid into the rod's handle itself. And Syria's voice says, it kind of in a whisper. It wants this voice is wanting you to say it, to finalize this, to attune yourself to it.
Yeah, a bit.
And I'm gonna again give it to you in common, but I'll say it in the Elven, is Kulthuna Kustreka, Nivul is Danvul, Alta ni Salkri de Blissenala o de Mwenda.
Yes. So holding the scepter. So she's holding the scepter.
Yes, she pulls it out of the air.
She'll like sort of wipe whatever tears left on her face and just go, come thunder, come lightning. My blood is your blood. Free my bonds by the blessed daughter of the master.
The lightning within it arcs into Rhiannon's arm and kind of throughout her body. Her eyes, of course, occasionally shimmering with electricity, suddenly flash brilliantly with electricity before it wells back down, and she earns another stripe of blue in her hair.
Oh, damn.
Let me pull this up real fast.
Like karate belt.
Yes.
We now have 2 blue stripes.
She's second Dan blue stripe.
Oops, wrong one. Have to pull up the correct one. There it is. Oh. Trying to add it to your character sheet here.
And even though the air conditioning's on, I'm fucking sweating.
Alright, let's see here. It is. I didn't have a bookmark for this other computer. It is. There it is. There we go. I have added to your character sheet the Storm's Blessing. You currently have a 4th level spell slot in it.
Hey,
You don't have to share what that does with the party. That is your secret to keep and use as you see fit. So that is the end of Rhiannon's turn.
oh boy.
As we come back up to surface level here, Celica's turn is currently over. So is Celine's as we get back to summer. I'm rolling the wrong dice. There we go. Time is no longer fracturing. It
Oh.
kind of collapses and shatters. And when this happens, everyone within this area takes 2d6 psychic damage, which is going to be 8 psychic damage total to everyone here. As time reverts, you can get rid of that AoE orb.
All right.
And he actually lost
My-
I gotta calculate that into this. And yes, Sab, I had to make sure he took his damage. I also have to make sure that he takes Saw's damage. Saw, what is that?
7 whenever he starts and 7 whenever he ends. So
It's a separate roll each time. But we'll
Oh,
take the
okay,
7 for the
okay.
first one. Okay. Yes, Kylie.
then- sorry, and then 5.
So,
At the end of his turn?
Yes.
Okay.
so double Eldritch Blast.
Alright, double Eldritch Blast. Roll.
That's gonna be a 23 on the first one,
That's a hit.
and a 21 on the second.
Alright, those are both hits.
All right. First is 3 plus 5 for 8, and then the extra 3 for 11. And the next one is 8 plus 5 for 13. So a total of 24 damage.
Nice.
All right.
All force except for 3 bludgeoning.
Very
So he screams now, mostly in anger, quite a bit in pain, and when he does so, time continues to crack and shatter in smaller fragments right around him, but to no physical effect otherwise. This is just purely visual, kind of as he's shouting in pain. For his actual turn, he looks around and, of course, seeing himself surrounded and now kind of crazed, he's swinging wildly with deceit. No
Oh,
hits on first attack. Critical on the
I'm
second
like-
attack.
Not me, right?
And I'll have to see on that third attack. It definitely would hit somebody here, but I have to roll to see if it's correct here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I really wish he hadn't froze me because I would have healed myself.
The first one.
I
I'm
don't know.
trembling so
The first
hard.
one was at Sa. It missed. The crit was at KL. KL.
Oh. I don't have any
And
more.
1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth hit was at Celica, and that would have been 19 versus AC.
No, that wouldn't have hit.
Okay, so your blade deflects his Celica, but KL is getting a critical against him.
Oh,
No, he just got healed.
Yes, it would be.
Wait. Hold on a second. Can I react with silvery barbs to that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a reaction.
So,
He has to
if I
reroll,
magically
right?
distract the triggering creature, then he has to re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
All right. It's still a hit, but it's not a crit. Oh, wrong dice.
And then I can choose a different creature or myself and give them advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw they make within 1 minute.
All right, so Sa has Bardic Inspiration still. Celica doesn't have any buffs.
Yeah, I'll give it to Celica.
Okay.
thank you.
Kale is brought to his knees as the blade slices across him. He falls prone.
Ugh. Not dead, I
Better
hope.
than falling unconscious.
He's struggling and holding at a gaping wound in his chest, and you know how that can end.
Bless you.
Akasha, it is your turn.
Save him.
Yes, for my turn, I am. Let me see here. Alright, you know what? So if I heal him, is that gonna affect him, or is he like doing death saving rolls?
He's not started death saving throws yet. He will be though if he takes any more damage.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do healing word at 3rd level. Oh wait, no I can't. Oh wait, no, yes I can. I just clicked the wrong thing. Okay. And he's gonna heal for 10, because I rolled really bad, but...
Hey, that's
Still
That's
really
huge.
good though.
he stops clutching his chest, and he's just kind of, thanks. He just says it out loud.
She doesn't know
to
like if
who.
going into his mind would freak him out, so she's going to say, "You're welcome."
And he's starting to kind of
That's
get
it.
back up. He's looking for an advantage here to attack at Summer with. All
I
right.
think she's gonna, I guess just I don't know if she's. Does Kali still look really uncomfortable?
Kali's been uncomfortable.
Yeah, she's. I
Kali's
don't
gonna
know.
continue to be uncomfortable.
I think.
Kali is
she's gonna
overwhelmed.
do
at
whatever.
this point.
She's trying to do whatever she can within proximity as a human being to comfort Kali. I don't know if Kali wants to be touched. I don't know. She's gonna.
As a human being, I see.
No. As a
To the
as a
non-human.
as a sentient speaking creature.
Oh,
I'm
creature
sorry.
now.
You lobbed that one over the plate and had to take a
As a-
swing.
All right. So when you reach out to comfort Kali, you don't feel Akasha. You don't see Akasha. You see someone else. Someone else that helped you through a very difficult time. Through very difficult struggles, you see the other soul that resides in Akasha, her Kalishtar's soul. And he seems to look at you with sorrow and concern. And the hand presses against your back, and its warmth, its embrace, it is the touch of somebody that will be there for you as long as you see this through.
You see Kali sort of straighten up. Actually, you feel it because you're touching her. She straightens up, but when she looks to you, you can see that she's making eye contact above your head because of what she's seeing. But she's not seeing you at the moment. She sort of reaches up with the back of a claw, wipes some of the blood, tears, and all the other stuff that has accumulated on her throughout this day off. And then she gives a firm nod, and telepathically you hear, "Let's fuck this guy up."
Yes.
Akasha probably had that same laugh, just like. "Ah!"
All right. Sa, do you want to hold your turn till Celica's?
Yes. We have a really badass move planned. I've already told Vex about it. So I will do that.
All
If
right.
you're okay with that, Guts.
I guess if you've got a plan.
It's basically the thing I whispered you about, but
All right. Kyle, it is your turn.
I hit the wrong thing. I meant to move the map and hit in turn.
He doesn't want his turn. It's our turn now.
So we've not heard anything from Randon since she went down there, right?
No.
And we have no idea what's happening there.
Right.
I can still see Celine in there and everyone else. The guard went down. Decius is still fighting, right?
Yes.
This may be... You know, I hate to say this, but because of what you did with the Korai spirit being seen, and it reminding Kali of all of that stuff, it sort of brought Kali back to herself outside of this just forced reactionary state. And so for the first time since basically the False Hydra, well, she wouldn't do it because Summer could hear it somehow. I think just to Decius, she's going to say telepathically, "Hold on to hope." And then she's going to... How hurt does Summer look?
He's got open bleeding wounds across his body.
But he doesn't
He's-
look like he is
He's maniacal.
lagging.
No, he's crazed. He's like blood crazed. It's very difficult to judge.
It's like that corner jackal thing. They get more wild.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that weird halfling we fought one time who we left at like 3 HP but was giggling maniacally.
Yeah.
And we were just like, okay, this guy's clearly got like 1,000,000 HP and we'll never touch him.
yeah.
But he was just a lunatic.
Yeah.
Because what you've made Kali think of is Shepard, and Kali now does not want to kill him. Because there's been enough killing.
Mm-hmm.
I think... I don't know if this is going to cost me an action or not.
We'll say it and we'll find
But
out.
I'm gonna-
We'll figure it out.
I'm going to have her shout to Summer. and try a persuasion check.
Okay. Yeah, that's not going to cost an action.
Okay. Summer, it doesn't have to end this way. Look at what you're doing to your family, to the people who care about you, to your father. You can stop this. You can walk away from here alive. You can not die. You might kill others. But even you must know you can't triumph here. Look at around you. Look what opposes you. Please, give up this madness. For your own sake, if for no one else's.
The only reaction he seems to get, or you seem to get from him, through his panting and kind of crazed expression, is that he focuses on you. He's looking directly at you, panting and crazed. He doesn't say anything.
Cully had like an Eldritch Blast ready in each hand, but she feels very strongly about this, and she's going to let it dwindle and end her turn.
All right.
Not
So-
holding an action, just ending her turn like that.
Okay. So before your turn starts, Rhiannon, legendary action.
Oh, God.
He pants, and he's looking at Kali. This is all temporary. I can fix this however I want. You don't seem to understand. Family. They were never family. They were stepping stones. And he looks at Decius. And he glances down at his blade. And he unleashes deceit.
No!
Yeah, Cully shouts as loud as she can, and I'm also going to have her. I know that there's no mechanic for this, but telepathically, she's just gonna try and like shriek at him to try and get him to stop. Anything to distract him.
So, when he's doing this, his hands, his fingers are alight with spectacular glows. As if he's just setting everything off all at once. Everywhere. He unleashes basically his ultimate move. Everyone who's been hit by the blade
Oh god.
takes 24 slashing damage.
What?
And can I use my inspiration points now?
Not yet.
Check your DM 1 second.
Unless it's super inspiration. I've got multiple people asking me.
Okay. Is it basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's hold on to it.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Save it for desperation. We're not quite there yet. Everybody in the party's still alive, right?
No.
No, I'm down.
All right. So this would take you both down. Hang on a second.
I'm
Give
trusting
me a
you.
moment. This blade is coming up behind Decius as well. Rhiannon, are you going to do the thing?
I'm gonna do the thing.
All right. This changes things just a bit. If I can remember my buttons. There we go. It's a shame they don't have a blue one. The floor rumbles and essentially begins to crumble and shatter and quake. As an adult blue dragon bursts up. Let me just do this. At the same
boy.
time, Rhiannon, you see Decius about to get stabbed. But not just that. You see basically all of this unfolding, all this happening now as Kael is falling to the ground, holding wounds again. It looks like Sa and Celica are bleeding profusely and about to go down. But their blades act on their own. They parry Summer's blade.
Oh.
Both of you make an attack roll.
Oh.
Ooh. All right. I got a 17 plus 8.
Okay. Sa?
I got a 28.
All right. Those both hit. Roll damage.
Oh. Making me freak out over here.
My sword's doing its own thing. This is so
Yeah.
cool. Oh boy.
Reroll it.
I was gonna say, thank you.
What is it? What's the damage die? A D10?
D8.
D8. Okay.
So that is 1d8 plus 7 for me.
Yep.
All right. I
15.
got 7. 13.
All right. The blades pierce him through the chest. He stands there, kind of gasping, but he's still up, and time begins to fracture and tear. Rhiannon, what do you do?
Oh man. So can I use all the things as a adult blue dragon would do?
Yeah.
And my normal spells or just the blue dragon stuff?
Just the blue dragon. You're just a blue dragon.
Alright, cool. Quickly looking. Play action. Lightning arcs. Oh boy. I guess. Oh man, so many options. I'll use Frightful Presence on him first. So it's a DC 17 Wisdom save to frighten him.
He makes it, but it seems like he's making it because of what's happening to him is overriding what's going on in the church itself. He's kind of already in a state of disbelief.
Alright, in that case, then I can do multi-attack. Bite is plus 12 to hit. Alright, I'll give him a fair good bite.
All right, so
And do legendary actions happen before or after?
they happen
Or-
at the end of others' turns.
Okay. So I'll give him a good bite, plus 12 to hit.
All right, roll to hit.
That's a nat 20.
All right,
As you come in, she'll be like, "You deserve death."
that's your answer, Kali. So
Yep.
as he's basically impaled, deceit at his side, as he's trying to weakly slash out, he's trying to get that one last attack in. This blue dragon rushes out, kind of flaps over the rest of the party, and as it flies outward and kind of up, all that's left is Summer's bottom half. There's chunks of him on the ground where he was sliced up by the blades, and time seems to fracture and crack and collapse in, and his remains do the same. They just kind of shatter into gore. Even in your mouth, Rhiannon, they do
Yeah.
this. It's just crunch.
Lightning breath that washed my mouth out.
Yeah. And all that's left of him is deceit and broken rings. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Summer is officially no more.
Now
Fuck
just
that guy.
Callie and Akasha need mantis blades, and we're set.
And then me and Sal pass
Lord.
out.
Yeah.
The mantis blade disappears.
Oh,
Deceit disappears.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Do you continue your rampage for the full 10 minutes there?
my,
Because you've got a lot of people still fighting here.
oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
she's gonna go. Yeah, she's gonna go around putting an end to it,
Okay, so
and
she's
then
wreaking
and then
havoc.
after that, and
Is
then
there
make her
any-
way to the passage. Then after she does it, she's gonna make her way to the passage where Barrack and Guy are.
Okay,
Try to dig them
So-
out.
so hang on
So
a
the
second.
dragon, as it goes past us, are there any indications that this is more than just a dragon? Are there Rhiannon's marks
You don't see
along it?
You don't see Rhiannon, but you do see like black streaks mixed with blue, similar to her hair.
Okay.
And so it's going on this rampage to this nice peaceful music now.
So I think telepathically, Kali would do just a questioning. Rhiannon?
So
No response.
Probably too busy trying to stop everyone. She'll probably just go, "Who else?"
you suffer as you're coming out of that and going back into your normal self. We don't have to use the tokens right now. So this lasts for like 10 minutes, this rampage. And then it comes
15.
back. It's 4th level spell.
Oh yeah, true. It's my bad.
So it comes back to the estate and lands and then turns into Rhiannon. Rhiannon, you then suffer immediately 3 levels of exhaustion. So you are essentially brought to your knees, but you will yourself up. Deafened and blind for 2 rounds. So 18 seconds that you are, that ringing sensation whenever you can get your head concussed. It's kind of that as things are coming back into your vision slowly over the 18 seconds, and you make your way down the hall. Down the archway, then into the chamber where all the whispers are coming from, and the coldness, the bleakness. And these whispers continue on, getting louder and louder as you make your way down the hallway. But you're in such a state of mind that you're passing them, you're shrugging them off.
Yeah. If it helps any, she'll chug one of her hill giant strength potions.
In this case, it wouldn't really be much of a help because you're already basically as good as you're gonna get.
Got it.
And you make the corner with the electricity that kind of comes from you naturally, and these flickers and the glow of the Kyber shards kind of coming through some of the rocks in this cave-in, which ends essentially where it fell on Barrack and Gaius. And before you, both of them are smiling at each other, and Gaius has his hand on his father's wrist.
Oh,
They
stop.
They are dead.
So probably just, absolutely collapse to her knees and just start crying and wailing. Probably hear it from outside.
Yeah. Celine struggles to comprehend what's going on. she begins to apply first aid where she can. She brings Kale back to consciousness, essentially. She knows. Deep down, she knows. So she keeps busy, and she begins to fix whatever she can, help whoever she can. The other people here, and with the party and without, all begin to just kind of immediately take action, as is the Enlaeus way. Fix first, grieve later. So I think, yeah, over here, let me check Discord. So Kali during this basically tried to break Saw's ribs with a hug. And is dry sobbing.
Wheeze sobbing.
Yeah.
Yes. She basically, like, it's difficult to tell at this point, but either from that roar she did earlier, she fucked up her throat,
Mhm.
or she's just still too in shock to make her mouth work properly.
Right.
But when Saw starts being like, no, come on, we gotta go, Kali pulls herself together.
And what about Akasha?
What I'm doing, or
Yeah, and in the wake of this destruction, as they're all kind of recovering in front of you.
this has just been like so everything. I think she's just stunned because of everything.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, I feel like in characterly she is still like holding on to Kali. So then I guess going wherever Kali is and kind of like in a daze, you know,
Like a lost puppy mode almost.
just she's trying to make sense of everything because she had a lot of, I was thinking about how she would have had a lot of guilt about how badly everything was going because of the mission that she had been given, you know, to make sure that the spark doesn't die or whatever.
Yeah.
And so she just was feeling very much like she was failing everyone.
Yeah.
But she was able to heal everyone, so she is happy about the healing she was able to provide and everything. So, but she's still just like can't believe what just happened.
Yeah. As is like the general populace here in this daze. And as she is able to look out and the rest of the party is able to look out, you see that the fighting stopped. Whatever Dragon Rhiannon didn't get is essentially being swept up, cleaned up. They're not killing anymore, but they are making arrests. They are catching whoever they can catch. And once the fires are put out and the dead and wounded tended to, then they will begin to ask questions as to, you know, why, who else, what else. All these questions that are still up in the air in the wake of this destruction. So, what I'm going to do, because this has been a session, and we have a lot of roleplay coming up, but I, as a person, can go no longer.
Just if you're exhausted.
Yeah, I was up very early sick today, and my voice is slowly dying on me. So we're gonna call the session quite a bit early here, and then, you know, head into our after session discussion while I still can. So, those of you watching, it's it's been one heck of a session. We will catch you
Been an
same time.
exposure.
Yes. Same time next week as we go on to session 47. 46. Yeah, because this was 45. Alrighty. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.